Hi, Crystal.
I usually brush my hair after it gets dried, but I'm just going to tell y'all that this morning, just understand that you can lock your keys in your car when you have a key fob. So I got really organized and put everything in the car, including the purse, because we would have thought that that would have been locked in. So thank y'all very much for showing up. And the first person is Jane Walters. And based on the time frame, if it's all right, I will turn it over to her. And because I know she has a very important weekend and she's taking a lot of time out of her life to be able to speak with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, even if by Zoom. I would love to be with you in person, but as Crystal said, I'm traveling back to the state, my family, and I fled last year to visit family members we had to leave behind. I know that's kind of a stark introduction, right? Let me take a step back and make a proper introduction. My name is Jane Walters. I'm a librarian, and no, I will not be shushing anyone today. I went back to school as an
Jane, one
adult.
moment, we can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. Let me,
We can hear on the Zoom. I'm sure that there's that Crystal's setting it up
She can
there.
hear on that side, it seems.
Yeah, y'all can hear
Okay.
us. We can't hear you.
I'm going to go ahead and change my
This
name.
has a mic, but it maybe not have a speaker. But I have a speaker here.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear the static.
everybody can hear me on Zoom though?
Yes.
Okay. So I will let you guys try and get your in-person sound going.
Another keyboard and a computer.
So they can hear us, it's just that we can't hear them, which means the
Okay.
speakers aren't on.
To use
What do you have on the Zoom? I don't know if Crystal can hear what I'm saying. Crystal, can you hear anything?
laptop HDMI. Oh, you must plug the green plug in to get audio.
Test 2, 3. I'll just continue blah, blah,
it
blah, blah,
this
blah,
one?
blah. Because you know I can do
This
that. I can
goes
just
nowhere. in this one.
stay forever. I'm just gonna. Hi, Jade. What state
Hi.
are you located in?
I'm in Maryland.
After.
I was born in Maryland.
I was born in Virginia.
See,
I don't
I
know
was
much.
also born in Maryland. I love
Really?
Maryland.
Wow.
Yeah. I was born and raised on the Eastern Shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mm.
My father was in the military. Born a joint. Now they call it joint air
That
base
is blue.
blue. I'm gonna go call you out.
at the time.
Mm.
So
Let me run grab Brenda.
Okay.
then when I
We're
started
going
doing,
to grab the person that might know where the green thing is.
is there? I wish she could hear me. If I were there, I could help out more. But when I was doing research on my family, I found out that we have a branch of the family that's in Frederick, that area.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
do you know, have you heard of Cunningham Falls? It's in the, is it Choctaw? Is that how you say it? There's like a state park there. Well, anyhow, it's called Cunningham Falls now. It used to be McAfee Falls after my family. So
Oh, wow. That's cool. I'm not there in person because I'm getting over bronchitis. So,
Fun.
That's no
um,
fun.
yeah. So while they're still figuring things out, I wanted to thank you, Miss Waters, for coming on. I have a trans son, and I'm a crazy loud advocate for our community and just for supporting him and trying to get safe spaces for kids in schools and whatnot. So,
Awesome.
which hence
That's
is me
great.
running for school board, which I just got my shirt today. So, I'll get-
Congratulations. Good luck. I wish you all the best of luck. That's
Thank
one of the
you.
things that that I'll actually be talking about is like encouraging people to do things like that.
Yeah.
Will he be attending tomorrow?
I'm hopeful.
Okay, good.
He has anxiety and a little bit of undiagnosed autism, we think. So he's a lot of social issues right now. He's really struggling with
He
on
he could do
top
the
of,
virtual.
yeah. So I'm thinking I'll try to get him on then. So
Yeah, that would be great.
What school district are you running in, Jen?
Union County District 2. So we'll see. Like Waxhaw area, jars and whatnot, like that whole area. So
Awesome. Well,
yeah, we'll
congrats.
see.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I almost want to say, hey, look, Crystal, let's go ahead and move on and record Jane, and that way they can play it later. But we'll see if they can get the microphone set up on that side. I think that might be an option that we can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
Give another minute.
know if we're streaming at this time. I think they're very frazzled.
Yeah. It's a
After
terrible way
Liz
to start the day,
watching-
but you know,
Yeah.
just it happens.
So if anyone else that is here but not on cam, if anyone wants to put their information in the chat or whatever, rather than us staring at each other in our little boxes. My name is Pamela. I'm in Davidson County, North Carolina. Like I mentioned earlier, my father was military, so I moved around my entire life, and I've been here for 8.5 years in North Carolina. I met Crystal through the Disabilities Issues Caucus for the state Democratic Party. And since then, this is my second year helping out on the virtual side of the Union Pride. I think that the work that they're doing with this is amazing. And recently, Crystal and my friend Megan, who's there in person, and Judith Brown, who's in Charlotte, the four of us created Rev Up NC, which is Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. And it's focused on specifically advocating for persons with disabilities. However, it's any marginalized community with very
Yeah.
So I'm honestly hi Tiffany.
Okay.
I'm excited that you're here too. I'm
There you go.
just talking mostly so they have something. So we're not just sitting here like not saying anything when they finally do get audio.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think I think it's almost ready. So we'll see.
I think we're getting there. So
We are.
Tiffany, I'm gonna say this out loud for anyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tiffany. I'm a family law and estate planning attorney in Charlotte, and I'm excited to be here. And smiley face.
Can y'all hear that okay?
Can you hear
We
Pam
can hear-
babbling?
Yes. We
Yay!
can-
Campbell, stop babbling now.
All right. It's okay. We like you, Bam. We like Bambling.
I was a mother of 4 and I was a radio disc jockey. So I'm used to talking and people not listening and paying attention. So
Yeah, that's more common when you're a parent.
Exactly. Jane, I love your lipstick color.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. I started wearing red lipstick, not that I'm wearing anything now, but about a year and a half ago. And well, I turned 50 in September, but and I used to wear it a little bit, but now I wear it all the time because it's so empowering and I feel really bolden when I wear it. So I love red lipstick.
Red is my power color for sure.
There you go. Except around here in Union County, not so much, but
I see the people in person.
I see people.
And we can also hear y'all. So
Yay.
All right.
we are now
Yay.
set
Here
up.
we go then.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna
Okay.
mute and let you take over.
Crystal, would you like me to start from the scratch?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Because I have this written out. I don't have it memorized. There's no way for this long of a talk. First, thank you so much. It is an honor to be here, even if by Zoom. I would like to be with you in person today, but as Crystal said, I will be traveling today. We are traveling back to the state that my family and I fled last year to visit family members that we've left behind. And I know that that's a stark introduction, so I'm going to take a step back and do a proper introduction. My name is Jane Walters. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a librarian, and no, I will not be shushing anybody. Everybody's already on mute, so it shouldn't be a problem anyway. I went back to school as an adult to become a librarian, and I both worked and studied full time for almost 8 years to earn my master's in library information sciences. Achieving that was my lifelong goal. It was a calling I had felt since I was a child. I've always wanted to be a librarian. I've always wanted to share books and information with the people around me, and the cat eye glasses and cardigans were a bonus. Actually, when I started my journey toward my MLIS, there was another lifelong dream that I nurtured that I had never shared with anyone, not my parents or my siblings, not my friends, and not even my best friend, my wife. I grew up in a strict Catholic family, attended an evangelical private high school, and in adulthood, even though I crept out of the closet about my bisexuality, I kept another truth deeply buried, that I was a woman. I had always been a woman, but that's not how the world saw me. That's not even how I allowed me to see myself, not for a long time. 8 years ago, when I couldn't hold that secret any longer, when the risk of staying silent finally outweighed the risk of speaking out, I told my wife. I said the words I'd never said out loud. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. There was a moment of silence, which is always nerve-wracking. And my wife, and you'll notice I don't say X, she replied in the best possible way. She said, well, good thing for you. I like girls too. Slowly, I shared this news. No, it wasn't really news. It was information about myself with others. First friends and family, then some trusted coworkers, a few fellow students, and finally at work. I became the first openly transgender employee at the Indianapolis Public Library in 2016. And I say I was the first openly transgender employee. Plenty had come before me, they were just never safe to come out. And I can say with all honesty that while the Indianapolis Public Library has been struggling to reconcile itself with its employees of color and needs to continue that reconciliation into the future, that same system did make an earnest effort to ease my transition from Mr. Walters to Miss Walters as seamlessly as possible. With the help of the ACLU, the library rewrote its anti-discrimination policy to include transgender employees. They modified the insurance package to cover some, but not all, gender-affirming care. They brought out a coach to educate my coworkers about transgender people so that I wouldn't have to. They allowed me to take a brief vacation, during which I left as Mr. and returned as Miss. The library had always been my home, and in those moments, I was finally allowed to truly belong as myself. I still taught my preschool classes at story time. I still got to hold babies. I was allowed to the full freedom to simply be who I was. And as community members got to know me, the real me, they warmed to me. I worked in coalition with local community centers and churches who provided warming spaces for the unhoused, with neighborhood improvement boards trying to improve the infrastructure of a red line community, with the US government food program to feed hungry people, not just children, year round, and local nonprofits who provided desperately needed medical care and testing for the underserved people for whom I worked. I took, and I still take, my role as a librarian as a privilege to serve. And I admit, I took the initial welcome as a transgender woman for granted. My rise to branch manager felt almost like destiny. After all the LGBTQIA plus people have come so far in the last 100 years, tides had turned, public sentiment was finally on our side, except for a small group of people. It wasn't. It started small. More book challenges each year, specifically targeting titles by queer and BIPOC authors, programming challenges as drag queen story times drew their attention, then quietly internal changes that made me aware of a glass ceiling. I had been a wonderful feel-good story just a few years before, the first openly transgender employee and then branch manager at NDPL. It became apparent that my progress upwards in the organization was over. Then the debates about transgender athletes competing with their own gender popped up. One of those common sense debates that aren't so common if you know the facts. It was about the inherent physical advantages that men have. It was about fairness for women, not something these protesters usually rallied behind. The fact is, transgender women whose testosterone is suppressed and estrogen is enhanced lose all those quote unquote physical advantages that cisgender men have in a short period of time. Though they may end up being taller and broader if they completed puberty as the sex they were assigned at birth, the child athletes who received puberty blockers, then gender affirming medications, develop exactly the same way their cisgender peers do. That's not what was on the news every night. Instead, every time a transgender woman beat a cisgender woman at anything, including chess, it ignited the debate. The truth is, science already settled the debate, but people rarely, if ever, heard about it. So good people, thoughtful people, thought, hey, maybe that's not fair. Once the transgender athlete debate created a wedge, then the next common sense push was against gender affirming care for kids. This time, the news led with scare stories about the potential for kindergarteners to get affirming surgery. It doesn't happen. And wondering how dangerous puberty blockers are. They're not. They've been used to prevent or halt precocious puberty in cisgender kids for decades. It once again created doubt where there should have been none. The majority of the time, especially early on, gender affirming care is merely therapy to help guide the child and the parents through a very personal and profound period in a child's life. I'm sure you're thinking, Jane, I know I'm here. I'm an attorney, a teacher. I run my own business. I help lead the community center. I'm part of this nonprofit. This is my bookshop. I too am a librarian. I'm a parent. I care. Many of you I know are family. We don't take that word lightly in this community. We who have fought to build chosen families, we who have endured to be acknowledged as family, and many of you I know likewise are allies. You know what's happening in this country. You know what's happening in Union County. But I don't know if you know what was happening in Berlin, Germany, 100 years ago today. Time is a vast ocean, and our history has frequently been written on the waves. Here today, gone tomorrow. So let me take you back to 1924. 1924, just 6 years after the end of World War I, a small but vibrant queer community rises in the Tiergarten section of Berlin. Though it's technically against the law to be queer, the Weimar government decides it has better things to worry about and looks away. An openly gay scientist, Magnus Hirschfeld, conducts his work at the Institute of Sexual Sciences, which he opened in 1919. His goal? To study and understand gender and orientation differences. He was pioneering gender affirmation care. Right there. In 1924, a scientist is doing research to further our understanding of queerness. Excuse me. 1924 with the flappers and the beaded dresses, cigarette holders as long as rulers, jazz on the radio, and everything was the bee's knees. That 1924, that also featured queer clubs and cabarets in Berlin that allowed queer people in Berlin to simply live their lives. But members of a new political party, the Nationalist Party, started its ascent. They started cracking down on queer spaces for the children, to protect women. They started with book bans, focusing on books by Jewish writers, by communists, by queer people. They turned the police loose on organizations that operated freely for years, terrorizing the community. They targeted the Institute repeatedly, and ultimately, during one of many night raids conducted against people they deemed undesirable, they raided Hirschfeld's Institute and burned all the books and research. Years of scientific inquiry gone in the night. The news was full of stories about the unnatural queers, predatory men in dresses, loud and unladylike butches that preyed on children, on women. Our art was deemed deviant. Our existence legislated once more out of regular life. Soon, we were declared too poisonous, too dangerous to live among good people. So they gave us a pink triangle and built camps and ovens. The Holocaust, Shoah, is a genocide that first belongs to the Jewish people. I must acknowledge that everything the Nationalist Party, the Nazi Party did to our queer family, they designed to destroy the Jewish family first. Every charge levied against queer people echoed those same charges writ large against the Jewish peoples. So, as we slip from the 20s to the 30s and 40s, please understand and know we cannot separate the anti-Semitism from the Holocaust because the Holocaust was rooted in anti-Semitism. But we can acknowledge that the Holocaust, in all its horrors and torments, very much happened to queer people too. 6 million Jewish people were murdered during the Holocaust. At least 100,000 gay men were murdered as well. We don't know how many transgender people or queer women perished. Those numbers were never strictly kept. They are not simply lost in the seas of time. They have sunk beneath it, and we will likely never find them again. Queer spaces still existed, but in hiding. American soldiers coming back from World War II often brought back European sensibilities. The White Horse in Oakland, California, and Club Lafayette in New Orleans, Louisiana, both opened officially in 1933. In the aftermath of the war, the American government was more concerned with internal politics. Their eye turned away from the lies and lives of propaganda about queer people, and we were once more allowed to flourish in our walled gardens, behind closed doors, in places reserved for and created by ourselves. Our art once again was valued, our talents once again enjoyed by the public, whether they realized it or more likely not. It was waves in, waves out, a push, a pull. We flowed into the 50s, stepping by slivers into the light. Queer characters appeared in movies and books. Whole categories of pulp novels appeared featuring queer characters. I mean, sure, they were quote unquote cautionary tales, most of which ended badly, but they were salaciously open about queer relationships. Queer clubs and bars grew stages, and drag queens and queens who had already long performed for the community now took a spotlight. Queer women kept the jobs they'd taken during the war and formed a formidable part of the US government's information and secretarial divisions. We enjoyed an unprecedented, if private, freedom until the Cold War crept in, and the irrational fear of communists infiltrated the US, and destroying our way of life became a central political issue. The Red Scare ushered in congressional hearings, blacklists, and witch hunts, rooting out people suspected to be communists and separating them from their lives and their communities. The Red Scare struck Hollywood with a particular vengeance because Hollywood didn't just have bohemians and liberals read communists, it also had openly queer people working in the industry. As with the Holocaust, the Red Scare wasn't explicitly designed with queer people in mind, but queer people got pulled into the machine just the same. If you were queer in Hollywood, you were more likely to be called a communist. And if you were queer in the government, well, welcome to the Lavender Scare. In 1953, President Eisenhower ordered that all queer people be separated from their jobs in the military and the government as a matter of national security. Anyone even suspected of being queer was arrested, interrogated, and most certainly fired. They were outed to their families, which made them outcasts. Between 5 and 10,000 queer workers were targeted during the Lavender Scare. But this time we didn't go so quietly. In 1957, Frank Kameny was fired from the Army Map Service after being investigated and arrested on suspicion of being gay. Rather than accept his fate, Kameny sued the federal government for discrimination. Emboldened by Kameny's public rebellion against the government, gay men openly picketed the White House for the first time, demanding parity under the law. Though Kameny lost his suit, he became a central figure in the gay rights movement, bringing a militant and unsparing style of protest to the community as we slip into the 60s. The push, the pull. Now, coming into the open, queer people in spaces proliferate, primarily in big cities like New York and San Francisco, but smaller cities boasted their clubs and bars as well. For the first time, spaces openly operated as queer spaces, and queer neighborhoods started to flourish. The counterculture movement of radical acceptance allowed pioneering young queer people to live more in the open and without shame. As the civil rights movement rose, uplifting Black voices and Black experiences, demanding Black parity and justice for all, the gay rights movement rose as well. A high tide raises all ships, as they say. And I want to say, as I discussed with the Holocaust, the Red Scare, and now the Civil Rights era, I've been careful to point out the primary targets of each of these irrational attacks. But now in this era especially, I want to point out that none of this exclusionary. None of this is exclusionary. All these groups intersect. The lesbian victims of the Holocaust were also primarily Jewish. Queer Black Americans populated the protest and action groups in the Civil Rights era. I never want to give the impression that it is us versus them. We're in this together, and it's important to acknowledge when our struggle is not the central struggle. It's important to understand that Black lesbian feminists fought for the Equal Rights Amendment and for gay rights. Queer people are all nationalities, all genders, all ethnicities, all cultures. It's an imperative to acknowledge that connectedness because we must understand that no cry for equity can be answered by the single minority alone. So as we marched in Jackson, as Dr. King spoke in Washington, as the struggle to break the chains of intergenerational disenfranchisement spilled into the streets in protest, so too were queer people insisting it was time for our silence to end. We would no longer meet behind locked doors. We would no longer pretend to be roommates and confirm bachelors and gal pals. And clubs like the Brass Bar in San Francisco and the Stonewall Inn in New York operated more openly. The push, the pull. The more conservative government, however, had a problem with these establishments because they were both racially and sexually integrated. Raids on bars rose. The police routinely beating and arresting people for crimes against morality, crimes that had been deliberately written to entrap people in queer spaces. For example, in Indianapolis, a packaged liquor store with a leather bar above it was regularly raided, with patrons arrested for public indecency in a building with no windows. And in New York, the Stonewall Inn was regularly raided for violating liquor laws. Of course, it was the city that refused to issue the liquor license in the first place. Another law they like to cite was the prohibition of gender non-conforming dress, which targeted drag queens and kings and transgender people specifically. Though queer people were living more openly, the Lavender Scare laws hadn't gone away. When raids happened, most patrons fled as if their lives depended on it, because they did. They knew if they were outed, they would lose family, jobs, and homes. There would be no recourse and no satisfaction in the courts. But on June 28, 1968, something changed. During yet another raid, police tried to arrest Stormy DeLavry, a biracial butch lesbian. That night, she and a handful of other lesbian patrons weren't having it. Instead of submitting quietly, they rebelled. Stormy escaped the police several times, sustaining a head wound in the process. As they tried to drag her to waiting squad cars, she yelled to the still assembled crowd, "Why are you just standing there? Why don't you do something?" The crowd raged. From June 28th to July 3rd, some called it a riot, some called it a revolution, but what it was without a doubt was the turning point in the fight for queer parity. New activist groups sprung from the Stonewall uprisings. We fought in the streets and we fought in the halls of government, bit by bit demanding the rights promised to us in the Constitution. But more than that, we started to shed the shame that had held us, hiding for so many years. A year after the Stonewall uprisings, the first gay pride marches sprung up in cities across America. They were pride marches. They were about standing up, being seen, and casting aside the shame that had been pushed on us by societies that ranged from tolerating us to exterminating us. Those activists dared to shout, "We're here, we're queer, get used to it." The phrase coming out slipped into our parlance, and the concept of living authentically suddenly wonderfully in reach. The push, the pull. Into the 70s, when we started to make some inroads into the government, we overturned laws, allowing queer government workers without security clearances to keep their jobs. We shone brighter than ever in entertainment, with queer characters on weekly soaps and sitcoms, in films and books, allowed to exist as human characters instead of comic relief. Queer culture started to seep into the culture at large and into the consciousness of the general population. Through it all, we still protested and still marched. And finally, we started to run for office. In 1977, Harvey Milk was the first openly gay man elected to serve in office in California. Even though he lived in the already queer-friendly San Francisco, he noticed that queer interests weren't being served by the local government. He reorganized the way votes were taken in local elections, giving queer residents a real chance to affect the people who would run the city in which they lived. And he didn't ease into the role. He immediately sponsored an anti-discrimination bill, affirming the rights of queer people to equal housing, employment, and public accommodation. The bill passed, and the mayor signed it into law. One of the opposing city councilors, Dan White, in turn, assassinated Harvey Milk in 1978, ending his life and political career after only 11 months. Though Milk was a local politician working for a single city in California, his assassination became a rallying point for queer people and queer activists. What happened to Harvey would not happen again. We would run for office and risk it all if we had to, because Harvey had. The push, the pull. Into the 80s, when young gay men started falling to a new unnamed disease, because this new disorder was mostly, not entirely, contained within the queer community, more conservative elements declared it a reckoning. They treated this disease as if it were some kind of divine retribution for queer people advancing themselves into public life. Conservative senators, aligned with President Reagan, decided on a path of not so benign neglect. They simply chose to ignore it. In response, queer activists formed their own action squads. The gay men's health crisis in New York City took on a role the government should have filled, researching the new gay cancer, trying to understand how it spread and why it seemed to cluster in queer communities. Public hospitals turned these patients away, and large parts of the lesbian community stepped up to care for the men dying in droves. Civilians had to fight the CDC to get them to acknowledge, to study, and to start searching ways to prevent and cure the disorder now being called acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS. In a strange twist, it was an ally that helped humanize the AIDS crisis. Diana, Princess of Wales, was the first major public figure to visit AIDS patients to draw attention to their plight. She held patients' hands and sat with them, spoke with them. This beloved fairy tale figure helped to break through the stigma brought about by this mysteriousness of the illness and the queerness that surrounded it. Soon, the HIV status of celebrities like Liberace, Rock Hudson, Freddie Mercury, and Magic Johnson were revealed, bringing the crisis into the average American home. The death of Ryan White, a teenage boy with hemophilia, put a sympathetic face on the cause. Eventually, the government and the public sympathies rose for the AIDS patients specifically, and for the queer community in general. But because the government's deliberate neglect, nearly 100,000 queer people died of AIDS between 1981 and 1991. Sorry, I lost some people to this. So this, we lost a generation of advancement. We lost a generation of our history. Long after his presidency ended, Reagan apologized for his part in ignoring the AIDS crisis. This would be the only public acknowledgement we'd get that the government deliberately turned its back on the queer community during this crisis. The push, the pull. Now the queer people were becoming almost central in the news. Public opinions continued to warm. President Clinton became the first candidate from the office to directly address queer issues during his campaign. One of his campaign promises was to end the lavender scare laws for all queer people working in the government and serving in the military. Conservative forces in the House and Senate, not just Republicans, but also centrist liberals, pushed back. Once again, the idea that queer people were predatory, hiding in the military, trying to destroy unit cohesion, the same old excuses trotted out during the lavender scare, it forced a compromise. Don't ask, don't tell. Under the old rules, anyone could be accused of being gay. They could be investigated, and if found to be queer, arrested and fired. Don't ask, don't tell was supposed to allow queer people to serve if they didn't volunteer any information about themselves. Don't tell. In return, the government would stop actively searching for queer people in service to root out. Don't ask. In theory, it was a step forward. In practice, it became another tool used to persecute queer people. More people were discharged from the military and from government service under Don't Ask, Don't Tell than were ever terminated under the previous restrictions. At least 13,000 service people were forced out of out with general discharges, denying them the right to GI Bills that they had earned, pensions they had earned, and veterans' health care they were promised. It was meant to protect us. It was used to abuse us. At the same time, in 1993, Hawaii's Supreme Court ruled that gay marriage would probably be protected by constitutional rights. This was a huge step forward in parity and equity, now that queer families revealed themselves in communities everywhere. And those of you who are family, you know that there's a divide in the queer community over marriage equality. But there's no question that this fight, like the uprisings at Stonewall, allowed us more visibility than we'd ever have. The push, the pull. Suddenly, gay couples and queer people were advancing by the day. This was the area that preached tolerance for the queer community, the era in which queer people finally became part of the mainstream. But it wasn't a seamless shift. The push, the pull. In 1996, conservative members of both parties passed the Defense of Marriage Act, or DOMA. It was a preemptive federal ban on marriage equality, intended to stop that progress in its tracks. Anti-queer sentiment was on the rise, and our rights still weren't protected by national or local laws. In fact, some parts of the judiciary were actively engaged in denying queer rights even after they were granted and assisting people who attacked undesirables in their communities. Language you might remember from, about 15, 20 minutes ago when I was discussing the Holocaust. Although individual acts of anti-queer violence have pervaded American history, the murder of Matthew Shepard in 1998 became a polarizing moment in queer American history. Until this point, defendants routinely used a legal defense maneuver called the gay panic defense. Rooted in transphobia and homophobia, the gay panic defense asserted that a reasonable straight person might panic and be in fear of their lives if approached by a queer person. The defendants usually asserted that they had been propositioned by the victim. And because of their queerness, the defendant felt that they had to defend themselves to the death. It painted all queer people as predators, and it was a defense regularly used successfully to justify anti-queer violence and homicide. Matthew Shepard, a college student from Wyoming, was tortured, beaten, and ultimately murdered by two young men who claimed Shepard had hit on them at a bar. In a first, the judge assigned to the case threw out the gay panic defense, and the defendants were both convicted of the crime. From this dark moment in queer history rose hate crime laws. These made it a crime to commit violence or terror against a member of a particular group because the victim was a member of that group. It also affected change in the gay panic defense is now prohibited in 17 states and Washington, D.C. It saddens me that it's only 17 states and Washington, D.C. The terrible cruelty and injustice seen in this particular murder further moved the needle toward not just tolerance, but acceptance of queer people in America. The push, the pull. Bit by bit, public perception of queer people improved. As the percentage of acceptance rose over 60% in the early aughts, individual Supreme Court challenges led queer activists towards the goal of marriage equality. In 2004, Massachusetts legalized marriage equality, the first state to do so in the U.S. This provoked conservative activists and members of the government to push back. They fought vehemently, passing more and more anti-queer laws in some states, while others expanded the number of legal states day by day. Conservative activists successfully toppled California's Proposition 8, which in turn polarized equality activists to harden their resolve. Case after case hit the United States Supreme Court. By 2014, marriage equality was the law of the land in 70% of the country. Ultimately, in 2015, the Supreme Court struck down federal rules prohibiting marriage equality, and the U.S. became the 17th country to legalize marriage equality. The backlash against the advances in marriage equality and against the growing common sentiment supporting queer equality led us directly to today's Don't Say Gay laws. The push, the pull. The ocean falls again with the new book bans, an aversion to science, an attack on transgender people, just as the Nationalist Party started by attacking the science and research of Hirschfeld's Institute, just as they burned and banned books by and about undesirable people, just like the US government refused to look at both sides of the story with the AIDS crisis. Our past, our present, our future are all alive on the currents. They echo, they frighten, but they can inspire. Our government is singling out the smallest contingent of queer people, disproportionately visible and easy to attack with common sense arguments that are only common sense because not enough people know transgender people. And we know because we've seen this tide come in and go out for the last 100 years, that even as the floods come, those that survive it will lead us to more progress. Which brings us to now, to this day in Union County, with all of you here. Earlier, I acknowledged that some of you are family, but for a moment, I want to address you, our allies. As I've taken you through 100 years of our history, a history that has been fragmented by genocide and plague, by injustice and cruelty, one of the main things that has helped us move forward is the allyship of straight and cisgender people. We need you. We need the public sentiment on our side. We need you to care. Even though you may never face what we face, even when your experiences are so different, I appreciate you. My family appreciates you. Our family appreciates you. But if you are to be part of our family, I must urge you to be part of our family year round, not just in June, not when it's fun and colorful, not just when there's a parade and a festival. We need you in October. We need you in February. We need you year round to not just affirm our part in the community. We need you to fight for our right to be part of the community. If you want to be part of our family, treat us like family. Show up for us in big ways, certainly, but in small ways too. In school board, in city county meetings, in your churches and your homes, at your Thanksgiving table, and at our 4th of July celebrations. We must be the push. We must stand against the pull. And I know that everyone here, everyone is looking for concrete, actionable things we can do. So yes, I have some suggestions. Business owners, encourage people to run for school and library boards, run for city council. The small elections are just as important as the big elections, if not more so. And when those laws are passed for us, celebrate them publicly. Against us, speak out against them. Even a simple window cling on your front door, y'all means all, means the world. And if it's hard for you to wrap your head around just doing these things for the good of a general somebody you don't know, let me tell you, you have friends, family, employees, colleagues, college buddies, fishing buddies, video game buddies who are queer, and you don't know it yet. Speak for them. Be the person they can trust with their innermost truths about themselves. Push, pull. The Human Rights Council says that 335 companies have signed the business statement opposing anti-LGBTQ plus state legislation. Be a signatory. Be the first in your community to create that council. Shop local, and shop local with people who stand up for the humanity of all people. Register to vote. Help others register to vote. Wear a pronoun pin or a rainbow. Do it in December and in April. If your library isn't allowed to celebrate Pride, celebrate it for them. I have it on good authority that if you check out a bunch of queer books from the library and talk about them with people you know, that you'll make a librarian smile. We already know this fight isn't over. The GOP has already released its plans for 2025, called the 2025 Project. It reads like the National Party platform. Yes, 1925. Rooting out undesirables in the government, taking their right to vote, restricting civil liberties for women, for BIPOC people, for queer people, for immigrants, establishing that the president is the head of the Department of Justice, that all armies and police are under his direct command. It's online, friends. Read it, tell people about it, and tell them that you spent this hour with a transgender librarian, and the worst thing that happened was a history lesson you didn't expect. But friends, that's what librarians do. It's right in the name of our degree. We are masters of information sciences. It's our job, our duty, and our pleasure to give you all the information you want, but also the information you need. We cannot endure alone. You need to know that this is the time to push because the pull has already started. The wave is already rising, and we are the ones who know how to make it back to the surface when it crashes. Let us break into the air. Let us breathe together. Let us be the push and the pull for our communities, for our children, for ourselves. Push, pull. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute because I think that Crystal is saying something.
I was talking and you were not able to hear me, Linda. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
We're gonna do a 15-minute break, so that anyone that needs to go potty, and then I can fix the next, program. And then we will be back. I would like to say thank you, Jane, for, taking your time to educate us. And, we do have a person that is running for school board that is, Jen Sanders. So.
Yeah.
So if you.
I got my shirt. I got my new shirt.
Okay,
So,
you move that away so I can see you again.
yeah.
I wish you the very best of luck, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you. Even if I don't win, I'll still hold them accountable.
There
Me
you
and my
go.
sidekick Reagan over there.
And she has done like 18 months of going to the school board and speaking in the public comments and
Mhm.
on Reagan Shaw.
Yeah.
They might have, vacation one time or been sick, but it's been
Yeah.
like 18 months.
Yeah. We're dedicated
wonderful.
to be a thorn.
Good. We need to be all the thorns.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for coming and talking, and you made some really great points and really connecting history to what's currently going on now and how people are just thinking it's just a book ban or protecting the children, but it all circles back to
does.
where history is repeating itself. So
Yeah.
Well, we'll take a break.
And that is why they don't want to teach the history.
exactly.
Do y'all have any questions for Jane then?
If anybody thinks of anything, Crystal has my contact information. Feel free to reach out.
Great.
Oh, I saw a hand.
As a librarian, you can share your top book recommendations with everyone for queer history.
My top book recommendations for queer
Yeah.
history. I will try and put together a list and I will send it to Crystal, and then that way she can send it out to everybody.
Cool.
Sounds awesome.
Awesome. All right.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm gonna let the dog out. I'll be back.
Thank
Okay,
you so much, everybody.
thank you so much.
Take care.
all of that.
Where are we on the schedule? Are we supposed to try to end by 11? Or are we just all set?
Y'all are on 45 minutes to talk. And then we can catch up around lunch. And the worst thing is if I don't talk at the end, then that's fine. We'll do something. Okay, let's get back on to the conference. That's all right. Good morning, y'all. I'm Crystal Robinson. Didn't tell you that the first time, but most of y'all already knew that. And I was like, hey, y'all all got the email saying that we were going to be 15 minutes late. And probably all of y'all knew that I put my key fob in the car and the car locked itself. And all of this stuff was already in the car, so I couldn't just pick up another car. I would have been like on this dually, like I just took my dually. And that was the third car. It's like everyone needs to move big stuff. I don't know. And but I wasn't able to because it was all stuck in the car. So my spouse ran from the office and opened it up, and then we got here. So we are running a little behind, but what we'll do is we'll catch up during lunch, because lunch we don't have anything except I want y'all to start talking to each other, which y'all are doing anyway, so that's awesome. Last year we had the keynote speaker during lunch, and thought that might be a time that we should talk this year versus eating and listening, so we can catch up during that time. Our next speakers, they like to move around, so they're going to be over there. And Connie Vetter is the go-to LGBTQ plus law attorney in the Charlotte area for over 25 years. She's actually the one person I called when my spouse said that they might want him to move to the real South, because I was from Texas, but this is like real South. And I was like, do you think people like me would be okay there? And she actually called me back and talked to me, which was amazing. And now I'm here. Her legal practice focuses on the needs of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, GNC, gender nonconforming, non-binary, queer individuals, and couples, as well as the larger community. Her practice areas include estate planning, adoption, surrogacy, name changes, and gender marker corrections. In addition, Connie has been involved in the LGBTQ plus activism for many years. Then we also have Katie Jennifer, she, they pronouns, ecstatically joined Equality North Carolina in July 2023 and has hit the ground running. Honored and privileged to work toward the full and complete liberation of all LGBTQ plus North Carolinians. She is a licensed attorney from North Carolina and the proud mom of 2 queer kids. When their youngest daughter, who is transgender, transitioned in 2013, her family almost immediately began to face obstacles where they felt like having a legal advocate would be beneficial. After North Carolina passed HB2 in 2016, Katie and her family decided that she would go back to school to become a law advocate. In 2017, she started law school at North Carolina Central University. She graduated in 2020 and passed the July 2020 North Carolina bar exam. Since then, Katie strives to be a resource for the queer community, practically trans, non-binary people, spearheading a name and gender market correction within the LGBT Center of Durham and the Durham Public Library to offer a quarterly in-person legal clinic focused on the LGBTQ plus community needs and many other things that she has done. I heard her like, sorry, it's all right. Okay, well, I'm going to turn it over to y'all, and however you want me to, I will move this. and be the tech person.
I'll get us started. So welcome everyone. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for all those in Zoom land. And Connie and I created this to be mostly speaking to attorneys. We're happy to answer questions all along the way. I think I can speak for Connie on this. We're super chill. So if you have questions, just let us know. You can go ahead and advance the slide. Just give you an idea of what we're going to talk about during our time. Is we've divided it up into sort of like trans 101, just the very basics. And this is again geared towards attorneys who may not have experience working with LGBT clients or trans or non-binary folks in particular. So just the basics, so folks are at least somewhat culturally competent. And then Connie's going to talk about the legal name change process for North Carolina. We're only talking about North Carolina law in this session. And then we'll probably tag team the gender marker correction process in North Carolina. And then we have some resources. I have a QR code, that's tiny URL at the end that takes you to a Google folder with lots of resources, case law, sample packets from Orange County where I'm from, lots of stuff that hopefully you can use as you go off from today. So just some terminology. I know most of the folks in Zoom land and here today are already going to know a lot of these terms, but in case there are folks that aren't familiar, I just wanted to hit some of the highlights. Assigned gender, I'm not going to read this slide to you. This slideshow is also in that Google folder, so there's links in this slideshow so you can access later. But assigned gender is just basically the gender you're assigned at birth and by whoever birthed you. And that's usually done by just a visual inspection of your outward sex characteristics. So it's totally valid. And then your gender identity is your personal innate sense of who you are and what your gender is. And then gender expression, sorry.
Supposedly you need to be closer to the mic.
Closer
to the mic.
Is this better? Thumbs up. Okay. All right. Thank you. Gender expression is just your external manifestation of your gender identity in whatever way that comes about for you. Go ahead. Transgender is a broad umbrella term, and what I'd like to just note here that on all these terms, these are all self-identifying terms, and however a person identifies himself, then that's their term. Okay, so I don't, yeah. So it's just a broad and umbrella term for anybody whose gender identity may differ from the gender they were assigned at birth. Same with non-binary, that's a broad umbrella term to describe somebody whose gender identity falls outside of the binary. It could be both, it could be none, it could be a combination of things, it could be whatever the person says it is. And then intersex, again, is another umbrella term for a wide spectrum of variations for sex characteristics, internal, external, all the things. And a lot of folks probably fall in that intersex category and will never know it in their lifetime because it incorporates so many different things. And then cisgender, not a slur, as we all know here, it's just an individual whose gender identity matches their gender assigned at birth. And so what does transition mean? And the big key to takeaway here is it could mean whatever the hell the person wants it. There's no one way to transition. Some people transition, and I cuss a lot, I apologize. Some people transition, some don't, some have reasons. It could be financial, it could be societal pressures, it could be just they don't want to, it's not necessary for them. There's no one way. So, but for some folks, transitioning could be one of three things that we'll look at on the next slide. But the point there is it could be anything, and everybody deserves respect and dignity. So the three main things that we look at in transition, if folks do any of these, is a social transition, A lot of times for folks, this might be the very first transition process that they go through. If they determine that fits for them, that can be changing your hairstyle, changing the clothes you wear, changing the name that you go by or pronouns that you use. It can be a variety of things, some, any, all, none of those. And then legal transition is what we're talking about today, where somebody might change their name legally or update their identity documents in some way. And then medical transition is if folks determine that they want to do something medically, like go on hormone blockers or take hormones or have some sort of medical process or procedure that makes them feel more comfortable in their body. But again, any, none, all valid. So some of the things that we think about when we're talking about legal transition are official kind of records. And some people will try to make those or want to make those transitions, those legal transitions. And again, it's mostly identity documents that we're talking about. Not all trans people want to do that. Not all trans people change their name legally or otherwise. But for some, this is a critical step in their transition process. And for many people, not having those identity documents can lead to not being able to apply for jobs or school or open a bank account or do a number of other things. And something important to note here, not having identity documents that match sometimes can lead to violence and by the police or by other folks simply just because your identity, or like at the voting polls now in North Carolina that you need an ID to vote. So those are some of the things on why somebody might do a legal transition. And so there's a number of documents. This is not an exhaustive list, but just some things that we're going to talk about: driver's license, Social Security card, passport, your bank account records, your credit cards. You can also do your credits, the credit bureau, so your credit scores stay with you. Any job-related documents, leases, mortgages, medical records, your birth certificate, depending on where you were born, academic records, and voter registration. These are just some. All right, and so now we're moving into just this is more geared towards those folks that maybe have never worked with somebody in the LGBTQ community or trans or non-binary gender diverse person. So best practices. So ask people their pronouns, introduce yourself in your pronouns. If you make a mistake, quickly move on. What I like to say, and anybody, speak up if you have a different idea on this, is I avoid saying sorry, because in that sort of the way we are in our society, that means then the person has to forgive me for making a mistake or say it's okay and it's not okay. So I rather say excuse me and then keep going. What I've seen in legal field before, which is co-curly, is an attorney who knew the client pre-transition go into a long tirade about why they misgendered them because they knew them before. And I mean, don't do that. Just quickly correct yourself and move on. This is not the time for that, and it's not about you. Ask people their names. Don't dead name hurt people. For anybody who's not familiar, that's just using a person's legal name might not match the name they go by. So use the name the person tells you to use. Don't make any assumptions based on how somebody looks, how they sound, their height, anything like that. Don't make assumptions. And then your trans or non-binary client is not your personal resource to learn about the trans and non-binary community. Google is your friend. So use Google. And now I'm going to pass it over to Connie for the process.
Okay. So my name is Connie Batter. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm going to start with talking about the name change process. Chapter 101 is the statute. So that's what we're going to talk about. And name changes are on one hand fairly straightforward. Oh, I'm short, I gotta step closer. On one hand are very straightforward. The statute says what the statute says. But the statute also says that there are things that are within the discretion of the clerk of superior court. And that's where you see changes from county to county or district to district. And we're part of a statewide group that does name changes and gender mark corrections, and we've seen a lot of different things happening across the state. The other thing to know is that the clerk of superior court is an elected position. And so that's a race, it's a down ballot race, and you want to pay attention to that or ask your friends about voting on that sort of thing, because this is huge. This is life-saving. Being able to use the name, go by the name, be called the name that you want. So the process, adults in North Carolina under the name change statute can change their name once. Parents can change their child's name twice. And there are, under the statute, there are 3 different time periods for name changes. There is birth to 15, and then there's 16, 17, which has a different set of rules, and then 18 and above. And so I'm primarily going to talk about 18 above, but I'll take questions, whatever. So the process begins with a notice that gets posted at the courthouse. Some courthouses, they have a bulletin board for all kinds of notices. Mecklenburg, where I practice, one of the things that I love about how they do their bulletin board is they just post one on top of the other. So the next one that comes on goes over the next one. And the other thing is when they open these courthouses, they move the bulletin board to the back of the wall near the bathrooms, that if you don't know that it's there, if you don't know it's there, you don't know it's there. Others have it behind glass and all this sort of thing, but it is a notice that says this person wants to change their name from this name to this name. It has no, I mean, at this point in time, it has no real purpose. When the courthouse back in, years ago was kind of the county gathering place, it was an informational sort of thing. It's long gone, but the law doesn't change quickly, and so it still has to happen, and it has to be posted for 10 days. Then after 10 days, you go forward with the rest of the name change process. I'm going to say this again. Keep in mind that I'm talking about the counties that I work in. Other counties do things slightly differently. I know that there are places, Katie is aware of places that want you to post the notice and leave and come back and do the rest of the paperwork and this, that, yeah.
You'll see that in the folder to the Orange County packet. They want you to use their packet. And then they want you to call after the 10 days and make an appointment to come back with the rest of your documents, which is different than even Durham County, which neighbors Orange County.
Yeah. And I know Katie is also going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the forms that as attorneys we can do. There's also a guidance file system that the administrative officer of the courts has done that takes a person through a series of questions and then populates the forms for them. And so after the notice, there is the application for the name change, and that is where the person is saying, I want to change my name from this name to this name, and here's why. I haven't changed my name before, not in the sex offender registry. I'm not trying to hide from the government or defraud my creditors, and my place of birth, name of birth, birth certificate, that sort of thing. You have to file with your birth certificate. And some counties want it to be fairly new. You have to have gotten it between, within the last 6 weeks, 3 months, something like that. Other counties, Mecklenburg being one, doesn't care if it is like folded a zillion times and dog-eared and the whole 9 yards, they don't care. So, but one of the parts of the process is ordering your birth certificate if you don't have it. You can get it in North Carolina if you're born in North Carolina, you can get it from the county in which you were born or from the state. Other states have their own set of rules, and you can find it usually on their vital records. They'll use it, some form of the word vital records is usually in what Google. Then there is criminal background checks that have to be done, both from the FBI and from the state. And to do the criminal background check, you have to be fingerprinted. People can be fingerprinted at the sheriff's department. They can be fingerprinted by private companies. You can Google around and find people that will come to your home and do the fingerprints there. And then sending them in to the state of North Carolina, and to the FBI. The FBI has a form that you can fill it out online and then mail in the fingerprints or have them scanned in. And again, there are also private companies that do this. And what you'll get back is a letter that says we found XYZ on your criminal record, or we found nothing. Having a criminal record is not a prohibition. It's not, it doesn't mean you cannot do a name change. The only two things that will stop you from doing a name change, well, really the only one thing is being on the sex offender register. The second thing that I was going to say is if you've had a prior name change, but there's a teensy bit of wiggle room on that. Teensy, and very specific. And those cases, by the way, are in that Google Drive. The K is put up. So the background checks, I've done name changes for people who have spent time in prison for manslaughter. I've done name changes for people with extensive drug records. What they're looking for, well, first of all, what they're looking for is whatever the court is looking for, right? Because it's within their discretion. But what we're told that they're looking for are crimes in which hiding your identity would be, well, would be important. So, or would be something that somebody would want to do. So, you know, identity theft type of crimes and stuff like that. So then the next thing you have to have is an affidavit of good character from two people who live in your county. The two people cannot be related to you, cannot be married to you. Some counties have requirements that they know you for a certain amount of time, but they're just what they need to be able to say in front of and under oath is that they know you and they know you to be a person of good character. And they don't see any reason why you shouldn't be allowed to change. So there's two of those. And then the other thing is I go ahead, there's actually two name change orders. It's form 601 and 609. When I do name changes, I prepare everything. I prepare the orders, I prepare everything and give it to the court. Now, sometimes they're like, thank you, we'll do our own. Okay. So I've been doing this for almost 30 years at this point. And I took the position early on that if I had somebody at the court, the clerk's office or whomever, was sitting the fence, like I try to think about how much somebody, I don't know if I'm, don't know if I'm going to grant this or not, but here's this order, it's already in front of me. I can sign this, or I can go and get the whatever it is I need to do a denial. I'll just, like that's how I approach this. It's not the problem anymore. They're pretty standard, at least in the counties that I work in. But that's just always just trying to be helpful and present it so that it's there, and so that I know that the paperwork is in fact exactly the name that my client wants. Because sometimes people want a middle name that's just an initial without a period, or they want two middle names or two last names or whatever it is that they want. Just as a real aside, sometimes people want to hyphenate names. You get to do whatever you want. I don't have a horse in the race, but I will tell you that I have had clients who that's what they wanted and that's what they wanted, so that's what they got. And they later said, the world does not like hyphenated names. These forms don't know what to do with them. They don't know whether to alphabetize me by the first last name or the second last name. So, that is what it is. So then all of that gets filed with the court, and then however long. Many counties do not require any kind of hearing. They'll also want you to file ID or some proof of residence in the county. When I file people's ID, just so you know, I redact their home address. Name changes are public files. We've not had success, at least in the counties that I work in, including Union, that they will automatically seal the files. So I think where's Amelie? Somebody has it where they can get them sealed. So So it is a public record and you need to know that. And now that the state is going to the e-court system, if somebody wants to sit in their living room and scan court files, they're going to find us. It is what it is. So, questions about, like, that was a big overview. I know you got pieces and parts.
I mean, I have a quick question regarding public files. I don't know if you probably know this, but I don't. So, if you're going to search public files, you search public files by that category, like by a name change. So, if someone be sitting at their living room and going to look at all public files regarding name changes alone, or do you have to be like very specific?
Well, it will be, name changes are filed in the special proceedings section of the Clerk of Superior Court. So it would be under special proceedings. So special proceedings are name changes, foreclosures, adult incompetency, foreclosure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what, so it's,
So you have to set.
You said a lot of counties don't automatically like seal the record. Is that something you can do a separate process to request that they do? It's just.
well, it's, you can request it, and what I've been told is they're going to hold a hearing and you basically have to prove why do you feel like this should happen. And so it'd be like, I had a parent that said she was going to do it. So I put, we did the research and everything, and then they changed their mind, which happened. But it was about really her child's safety. So we pulled up a bunch of, statistics and things like that. Nothing had been directly at that child at that point. So we weren't very sure, but
Just like you're worried that someone's gonna look it up and that might not be strong enough.
well, and because here's actually to your point, Candelario, is that so this whole kind of technologies, the whole e-courts is still rolling out. And still, has bugs and whatnot. But one of the things that we were told is that it's not only searchable by name, but it's searchable by attorney's name. So if you search my name, you're going to find all the cases that I have presented or that I've brought. And this is a large part of my practice. So.
Now, one thing with the e-courts in Texas, it's by county and they're rolling it out by county, but this state is I don't know, it's not universal courts. So I don't know once they do it by all 100 counties, is it going to be just one big database or is it going to be per county?
I believe it's per county.
Okay, so that's a good thing in Texas is that you have to go to each county and that's going to be the same here then. That's what I was assuming, but I didn't want to say that. But most of my life has been under e-court and I love it. Most people don't look up anything in their life. So it's not something that you're, there are bad people, but even Paxton from Texas, he's calling up the vital statistics and not just looking up Travis County, which a lot of people use Travis County because in Texas, you can file these in any county. So instead of filing it in Podunkville, Texas, you just file it on the e-courts. You don't have to go to the court or anything like that. They just do it and then you print it off and go on your merry way. And so he's not even going through like just saying, let's get a listing from Travis County. And so that's my input on that.
I have a question if possible.
Yes.
Hi. So I know that you're talking about 18 and over right now and just kind of the logistics of the name changing and whatnot. But so we've already done the legal name change here in Union County. My son's 14, so that was super easy. Not intimidating as well, like you said, on the board, pine stuff. It was great. But now because my son was born in California, not here, we have to send off for his birth certificate a whole different way. And that could take like 6 months. So we've kind of waited a little bit because he's only 14. We only need it for the passport right now, and his passport doesn't expire. So once we get back from our summer trip, we're going to do the passport and then social security card and everything. But do you think that there's any major damage by waiting, since he can't like get a license or anything? There's nothing to prevent us from rushing to get those other documents yet. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
I think you're supposed to get your social security card done within 60 days of having a name
Oh.
change.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that might be a problem.
But listen, Jen, I didn't get my daughters right away either, because I didn't know that the first time I changed her name. So like, they don't slap your wrist or anything, but technically you're supposed to do that.
All right. So I'll get on that right away.
Yeah, and there'll be a resource on the last slide that goes to the National Center for Trans Equality's ID documents page, where you can look up your homes, you know, wherever your birth certificate state, and see what this is. Now they're in the process of merging with TILDF, so I don't know like how the most recent, you know, that they've done all 50 states. So you might want to check again, but that would be
Okay.
Yeah, but it's there, it's not as, it's not completely up to date, so always after you check that, check vital records.
Yeah,
because-
yeah. And you can also look and see if there's an equality federation organization in the state where your child was born or where you were born, and contact them too on what resource in that state helps people with name changes who would know what the current law is.
And Jen, you're sending it to California, so it's not like it's an awful state. And
Right, right.
so that 6 months is them getting the paperwork and then sticking it on their little pile. And then when
Right.
they get it, so it's not like you're changing anything until you get something back. So you can go on that trip, do everything, and then when you get it back, then you'll get your paperwork. But it'll be like something like you get in the mail and you're like, oh my gosh, 6 months ago I filled that out. I forgot about that. And
Right, right.
it's not like going to Tennessee, which you can't even change. In Tennessee, you can't even change it, no matter if they accidentally did it at the birth and clicked on the wrong on the form.
And there's another
Okay.
year
Right,
too,
thank you.
before I go to that too, like I catastrophize, so you should just know that's about me. But if you change your name, get your birth certificate updated, because some states are going to change their laws where you won't be able to do that. And if you have one in your hand, they're not gonna come take it from your hand. So you have one. Like, that's why, I mean, I'm like getting a bazillion copies of my kids, because we corrected both her name and her gender marker. So if North Carolina changes the law, I'm gonna have 50 copies for her to use for whatever.
That's exactly right. It's coming.
Well, I had two parts. So the first one, I'm pretty sure I've answered. So you have to do this in the county where you live, right?
That's right.
Yes.
And then, this is just kind of a comment. I used to work with people that adopted children, so it's like different reason, but similar process. And we used to tell them, okay, you got the court order with a new name, you need to order the new birth certificate, you need the security card, all that stuff. You know, we kind of try to encourage them to hurry up and do it, like you said, but sometimes it'd be 10 years, they call us that, I never did do that, now my kids, teenagers trying to get a job, you know, yeah, we don't have all the documents. So, you know, because it's harder when we wait, but it's not impossible, yeah, it's just more of a hassle.
Well, and the sooner you do it, especially for somebody who is changing from a gendered name to either a non-gendered name or another gendered name, you know, the sooner it's done, the shorter the paper trail, right? So the lifespan of that dead name is less. Yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah, there's the name change process, and then there's the updating process, which is for name change is fairly standardized. When we get to talking about the gender marker correction, that is not standardized. So that's a different process.
That's what these next.
Okay. For about, you mean these?
Like, for after you change your name, like some of the. You want
I know I'm not the speaker, but if your county is not happy with doing these things, one, hire someone to do it. But also sometimes your state, like Texas, if you were born in Texas, they will change. You don't have to live you can live anywhere in the world and they will do the order and stuff as long as you go through Travis County.
I was gonna say, they're starting to have trouble in Texas.
And but yeah, that's one of the things is like people would fly in, do it. Now you just do it online. But not every state's that way. So
Here's the other thing to know is to either educate yourself or work with an attorney that works in this area. Because sometimes there's what the law says, sometimes there's what the case says, and sometimes there's what happens that you will Google around and you will never find. Not related to that, had a call from a parent in South Carolina who had spoken to an attorney about changing her child's name and got like, I don't know if the attorney said anything right, frankly. I don't know who it was. It was somebody in South Carolina. And I'm so glad, I don't know how she found her way to me, but I was able to get her straightened out and you know, she's gonna be able to do what she wants to do, but it was, you know, if you don't know the answer, and this is, you know, as attorneys, it's possible, if you don't know the answer, don't guess and don't speculate. You know, talk to somebody who knows and find out for yourself, do research. Just so you know, if you are an attorney, the state bar has a form in which to update your name. With that, and we also, you can update your marriage certificate if you want. You can update transcripts, you can update that. Just so you know, the order is Social Security needs to be one of the first stops before DMV, and then the whole list. The other thing is anecdotally, and you may both speak to this, people have said that when they do a name change, they see a change in their credit score, usually a drop. So I have people, I mean, I tell them, contact the credit bureau, tell them that this is happening. And you know, I don't know why, it makes no sense, but it's been reported by several people, both, well, going whichever direction gender. So.
And these are all links that you'll have in the slides. Yep, and Social Security and all that. So, all right, so gender marker, go back. Go back again. Is that the first gender marker one? Go back again. Sorry.
I have a pension and it's
One
not
more.
like, I didn't change my.
Okay, all right, go forward one. All right. So I'm gonna go over real quickly how to change or correct a gender marker in North Carolina. And I like to describe this as like in your hometown or wherever you grew up, and you needed to go to your favorite store. You knew there were like 15 different ways you could get there. This is the same. So you have to just decide which way you want makes the most sense for you. And it is going to vary. So this is the top one is just about your driver's license. So there's a link to the form. There's a gender designation form, and that has to be filled out by a licensed medical or mental health professional, just verifying that you are the gender that you say you are. And so with this form, a person may or may not charge you to fill that out at a doctor's office. That's something to find out. And you would take that, if you do your name change at the same time, you would take that and your court order and go to the DMV and get them both changed at the same time.
After you've gone to Social Security and after you've waited 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
The 2 or 3 days is for Social Security to update their records.
Yeah. And Social Security right now and passport under the Biden administration, correcting your gender marker is through self-attestation only. You don't need any letters from anybody or any kind of forms or anything. You just tell them. One thing you might encounter at Social Security is depending on your county, like Durham County has this down now. They might not be familiar with this because there's not a gender marker on your Social Security card, but there is one associated to your number. And so when you go, so say you changed your name, so you're taking your name change order and form for Social Security, and you're going to tell them also I'm changing my gender marker as well. They may be like, what? And so I have had in some counties where they argue with the client that that's not a thing. And so then you can pull it up on Social Security Administration's website and show them it is a thing. Just try to stay calm, try to stay as nice as you can, and just be thinking the horrible things in your mind that you would like to say. And then also you can have requests to speak to a supervisor. When I did this with my daughter, the nice little person in Durham was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna go ask my supervisor. And we got it all figured out. Okay. And same with the passport, here's how to do everything. You can choose, again, self-attestation, an M, an F, or an X. I do like to point out with the X marker, we don't know yet, it's new. We don't know yet what consequences there might be in having a federal ID that has one gender marker on it and a state ID with a different one, because North Carolina does not have an X. We also don't know what travel will be like. Well, international travel for folks who have an X marker. We don't know what countries that might flag you in some way.
Although we do know that there are a number of countries where it is illegal to be LGBTQ, right? Black, like death penalty, right? Yeah, or prison time. And so that X marker is going to, at minimum, elicit questions. I caution people to have thought that through very clearly. And the other piece is we don't control where the plane gets diverted because there's an incident or something like that and where it lands. We don't control where the cruise ship ends up because of a mechanical issue or something like that. So even if you're not planning to travel to one of those places, doesn't mean that you can't end up there. Please be cautious about that.
Is the X marker just passport, but not social security? Like, so why is there's a disconnect, right, with the federal government?
There's a disconnect everywhere. I mean, that's one of the things with the guide file. It used to be the requirement was you had to have a court order with a raised seal. Well, with the e-courts, you get a digital copy. There's no raised seal anymore. And Social Security was like, we're not going to accept this. And we're like, what do you want us to do? Like, I can no longer go and get a physical raised seal. So yeah, there's a lot of disconnect.
In Mecklenburg, you can go and you can take it to them and they'll.
And now I think they're like getting over it.
I'm waiting for somebody to like use a library, the little library thing they use with the books.
Yes,
Yeah. Because nobody reads it, they just see it.
Was that some of the teachers were interpreting it as a binary option, and that was it. You're either male or female, we're going by what you are in power school. And so suddenly it was like, well, what do you do with non-binary kids like on their 5-day no? And they're locked into this binary option in power school. And I know that there is an option of power school that has the X, but they don't have the North Carolina.
Right.
So, and I guess that's because North Carolina law doesn't have that. Right. So has there been any kind of provision for those kids at a state level where most of these schools are dealing with power school? So is that binary option? Is that becoming a problem anywhere else? Because I know it's been flagged in English.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it yet, but I will tell you, before I could change my daughter's birth certificate for her gender marker, I did her passport because I could do the passport, and you can use a passport to register your children for school, and you can use a passport for almost anything you need a birth certificate for. So in that case, then you'd be like, well, this is my document, and this is the federal government recognizes my child as an X. And that you could argue that. There was something else I was thinking with that. Oh, I heard probably on a parent group, that somebody had it written into their child's 504. Yeah. Can you just go to the next slide? And then Social Security, we talked about that. It's self-attestation. There's a form. The last time I went and had my daughter's Social Security card updated, we got it in the mail the next week. It was really cool. I don't know about around here, and I go to the office in Durham. It opens at 9. I got there about 9:15. sign in at the little kiosk, have my form, and we were like in and out in an hour.
You can also make an appointment.
Yeah, you can make an appointment too. And then the North Carolina birth certificate, proud parent moment, my daughter was part of this litigation. They got this changed, so you no longer have to have surgery to have your gender marker corrected on your North Carolina birth certificate. There's a number of ways, there's like 8 different ways you can do it, but if you get your license first, that's one of the ways. So that's why I was talking about, you can go this way or that way, because you can do your license first and use that for your birth certificate, or you can get your birth certificate first and use that for your license. Like, just figure out which way works for you.
Have you run into anything, because the form requires, if there are 2 parents, for both parents to sign off on this. Have you run into anything where there's 2 parents, but one is absent or opposed?
I haven't on that because like with the name change, they would have to have already figured that out.
Oh, that's true.
Because they,
Yeah.
or if it's a month, yeah.
Yeah.
And on the birth certificate form, again, if you're doing name and gender marker at the same time, you would just do those both on the same form. There's this column for what your birth certificate currently says, and then what it should say, and you just put them both on there.
And the statute on that is 130A 118, which still has language requiring surgery. But Katie and their child were part of the lawsuit that the part of the settlement with no more surgery required. So that is huge. And it also allows people to update children's records where, because of the surgery requirement, the children shouldn't have surgery that they don't need just to get this.
And then next slide, I think we're.
With the name change, seems like a rule once per. Yeah, or whatever, is there a gender marker rule one time? So yeah, I was thinking about my child's non-binary, so if they chose right to one or the other, but then later. Like those little things change and change the so whatever again, change again.
And here's one of the nice things about North Carolina is, whether it's a name change or gender marker correction, a new birth certificate is issued, brand new. Other states literally like staple the new information on top of the old one, or they designate the new birth certificate as amended. But North Carolina, it looks like it was just a birth certificate, you know, like I lost mine, I wanted to get a new one, blah, blah, blah. First, we touched on this, but I want to say this again. Name changes happen under the law of the state in which you live. Birth certificate corrections happen under the law in which the person was born. So there can be two separate policies.
And if you move from North Carolina to another state, they're going to have different name change laws. And so you might say, like in North Carolina, you maybe could only change your name once. You move to another state, you might be able to change your name again.
Once under the name change statute, you can change it multiple times by marriage, divorce,
Because that makes
widowhood,
sense.
adoption.
I thought it was interesting in like North Carolina, you can only change your name back to like your birth name or and past name. In
Yeah.
Texas, you can just decide now my last name is whatever, and it has no rhyme or reason to the your past. And I've had clients that are like, now I'm this, and their whole name changed. First, middle, last, they're like, it's a whole new thing now. I'm divorced. Like,
And just real quickly, I just wanted to touch on the eCourts guidance file. So if you go to nccourts.gov, and that's all in here as well, and scroll down, it'll ask you what county you live in. And then you scroll down about half the page, and you're looking for guide and file, not file and serve. So guide and file, and you click start a filing. This is one of many resources on that website to encourage people to file on their own for different things, like you can file for divorce on there. And what it is you're inputting information that then uploads and auto-populates into all those strange looking legal documents. So it's going to ask you all the things. It takes about an hour to do. It works best on Chrome or one of those. It'll tell you everything. It's got links to everything that we've talked about, to the background checks and all that good stuff. And then at the end, you get a set of documents that you can download. You can also create a login and password and come back to it later. So say you don't know your 2-character affidavits, you don't.
Okay, I'll let her know that we lost connection. So thank you for sticking around. So we lost Zoom. And thank you. We have to roll with the punches as it
It's
happens.
all good. It'll work out. Okay. I just did that QR code and I can't find where it went.
And Leah, just hang out and as much as you can, and later on today I'll have this on in the background, but when people come in, I've been writing down who they are because like Tiffany, hey, there's Crystal, they'll get credits for doing this as professional credits.
Wow, I see.
I don't think we got the QR code. Crystal's back to host.
Okay. She can just send it later, I guess. That's fine. It's no problem.
I am a talking baby head.
I love it. I love it. I've been told that I don't like silence and that I need to stop it. She thinks it's someone at the door. Stop.
I'm the same way. I gotta feel it too.
Yeah.
So I was a radio DJ and silence was lost money.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
that's what we sold was.
Exactly. Yeah. I am a facilitator for the PFLAG chapter here in Union County. And one of the ladies, bless her heart, she was like, Jen, you need to learn to be comfortable in the quiet. In moments like that, yes. And other times I'm like, I don't know.
There we go. Oh, we had a picture for a second there of what's going on.
Oh, they're moving, but no volume. They're on mute.
Okay.
Crystal, you're on mute. All right.
And 17 need background checks, like
Everyone.
18 and above do. And in some counties, the notice has to be posted. In some counties, if they're under 18, the notice does not have to be posted.
They're really not, unless they're emancipated. Right, which is, yeah. And they'll have to have an address of some sort too.
Okay.
Yeah, that middle, of the 3 adult, 16, 17, and then under, that middle one has to do both things.
What's nice about 16, 17 though, is that, I've had it where there's been a parent who is absent. And so the 16 or 17-year-old will do it themselves rather than have the other parent do it. Sometimes we'll do it where the parent does it because that's one of the minor names. That's one of the 2 that they get as a minor. And then, they still have their one as an adult. It just depends on the circumstances. Yeah.
And you can, like, if you do have an absent parent, you can send certified mail to the last known address. And if it comes back, so far I've heard most clerks will accept that as proof that and not required. Then it's
As long as there's proof that there's an absent parent, then the child is an immediate parental.
They don't need the second.
The clerk has to determine that the other parent is out of the picture. If there are two parents and one actively opposes it, then and they are an active parent, then it's not gonna happen until the child completes it. So I have one last thing if we're done, and that is, I talk to my clients, who have, transgender children, about when people who are assigned male at birth turn 18, they have to sign for selective service. They have a draft in the news. Why does this matter? It matters because a question is asked for federally backed student loans and federally backed mortgages. Are you somebody who was supposed to have signed up for the selective service? Did you or did you not? And so that can be, somebody who's like, well, I'm not that person. So why would I sign up for selective service? That's what sneaks up on you. And so I never want it to sneak up on people. And so you can get what's called a status information letter. And it has a part, it's at the bottom of the second page about why did I not sign up for Secret Service, selective service. One of my clients said that to me, said Secret Service to me the other day, and now I'm shocked.
Sounds like more fun.
So anyway, either the person who is born male or identifies as male signs up for selective service and it's done and done, or they get the status information letter explaining that. And again, the importance is not because we have a draft, but because we don't want to get problems with the student loans or the mortgage.
Is that
Oh, I was gonna say, so what if somebody female changes it to male, then you didn't have to sign up for this one?
They have two choices. One is sign up and one is get the letter.
Oh, it's not nice. Wait a minute, that's a whole other can of worms.
if you're born male at birth, or what if you change, like you got a new birth certificate that shows that you're female, so at that point, when you turn 18, you still do.
So when you get this. This is one of the places where the selective service is going by what was assigned at birth. The kind of the scenario that I envision is that you're in the college student aid office, you are very male appearing, even if assigned female at birth, and they don't know you other than what your appearance is, right? You have a male name, you appear male, and that person is filling out or helping you fill out or talking to you about your student loan information. And they come to this question and they're looking at you and you're like, no, I didn't sign up for selective service. And they're looking at you like, well, everything, all the information that I'm gathering by looking at you indicates, and your name indicates that you should have what's going on. And everything I've heard about student loans is, it's just a beast. And so I just try to make sure to take a piece out of it. People can do what they want. I mean, I've had some people say, you know what, we don't have a draft, we haven't had a draft. I'm just going to sign up and be done with it because I don't want to have to carry around this letter or explain it. But I just want people to know that it's available, know that it exists, because that's one of those things. I don't know how I found out about it, probably a COE, but it sneaked up on me.
And I think there's a fine in jail. So if there was something to come up.
The one thing to say about this form is that it talks about, are you over 26? Just ignore all of that. What you're looking for is the section. It is specifically section 4.
I think the 26, but it eventually plays out.
I've had it in immigration where people were like, oh, I signed up for the draft, even though I wasn't documented here, just so that they could.
So 26, after 26, does it affect your list? If you have to be a citizenship, if you didn't sign up by then, even if you're undocumented, you're technically still supposed to register with selective service, technically later on in life as well. So
Wow.
I know by experience.
Yeah, they go.
And I've got these forms if you want to see them. If something.
Is there any questions from the people on Zoom?
Nope.
Okay.
Great presentation, as always.
Thank
Great
you.
information, so thank you.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break so that we can get the tech ready and come back, okay?
Sounds good. And if anyone ever in Zoom wants to ask questions in chat and have them read, that's a possibility as well. So we're here to help facilitate whatever makes you comfortable with asking questions. Thank you so much. There's Crystal.
Hey there. I sound like a frog. I apologize. It's terrible. It's good to see Trip is on here. Hey, Trip. I think she wants to eat. Just me. This is
Easy.
Oreo.
I don't know.
Oreo is very hungry and very persistent.
I have
Hers
one of
when she's
those.
hungry.
Mine's obnoxious.
Yeah, she's like, "Are you gonna feed me, lady?" Oh my gosh, stop it.
I just looked at that event that I'm supposed to do later, and I pulled up the thing online, and it says starts at noon, and I'm like, what? And then I'm like, Pacific time, like, oh, so happy. So if you hear that ding dong, that bell,
Yeah, yeah.
for Leah, that usually means somebody is trying to join, and you'll see up in the participants list, it'll have like a grayed out person in the waiting room, and you just allow them in. I might do that here in a minute. Change computers.
Where did you say that was?
You'll see when I change computers. It'll right now, every time I hear the ding dong, I look to see, but I think it's mostly Crystal doing stuff. So do you see the participants list? Do you see anything that says participants? Okay.
Found it.
Testing.
Right. Yeah.
Is that where you want to send?
Right.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
I can hear us.
Okay.
You see where Trip is? When you click on him or hover over him, you'll see it.
So I can stay on time. What time do you want to stay? Because I can shorten it if we need to get back on track.
Hi,
Okay.
Evers, you okay? I gotta do a dog run.
Okay, if we can get back to pre-scheduled entertainment. Okay. She's getting her food. Everyone in Zoom land can hear me? Can anyone in Zoom land can hear me?
Sorry, you didn't see me hold my thumbs up. Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Yes, we can.
Are we ready?
Go ahead and get started with the next piece.
I have Kayla Early. She has worked in HIV and public health in North Carolina since 2014. She earned her Bachelor's of Science in Community Health and Master's of Public Education. She, after working in an HIV service organization for 2 years in local public health, Kayla joined, is it VIVE? It was 2 I's. We just say it in the VIVE Healthcare in May 2023, where her role as a community liaison is to listen to communities, activate a response, amplify voices, and sustain resources in areas most impacted by HIV. She is going to be talking to us about the domino effect, pivot to power.
I'm really excited to share this presentation with you all, and I want to tell you a little bit about VIVE and why we're here to start out with. So like Crystal said, my name is Kayla. I use she, her pronouns. I'm born and raised in Charlotte, North Carolina, so I don't live far away. And I had a really cool opportunity to join VIVE Healthcare last year after working for the Mecklenburg County Health Department for 5 years and then Gaston County Public Health before that. And so VIVE Healthcare is a pharmaceutical company that works solely in HIV. We make HIV prevention and treatment medicines. I don't talk about medicine, I don't sell medicine, and this presentation is actually not about HIV. But if you do have questions about HIV, I'm a great resource for you and would be happy to talk to you after this. I'm excited that we don't just focus all of our presentations on HIV, because at VIVE we know that you can't address HIV without addressing systemic racism, homophobia, transphobia, and so many other things that circle HIV. And so this program is about power. Before we get into that, I'm showing you some of my lovely coworkers. So the community liaisons, we're all based in the Southeast and the Southwest. That's intentional because just the 9 states that make up the South have the biggest impact of HIV in our country. We have more new diagnoses of HIV in the 9 states that make up the South compared to the 41 other states, which is very significant and a real reflection of policy of our culture as well, and access to healthcare especially. And so that's why we are where we are. So our liaison roles are fairly new. The first one they've had in the Carolinas, and when they said we want you to be based in Charlotte, I was like, great. There's also some areas around Charlotte that really need some love and education. And that's when I reached out to Crystal and first learned about Union County Pride because of this conference last year, and met some of you there as well. So I'm excited to be able to share some of the love and resources here. And so our empathy, our journey today, I'm not going to talk to you the whole time. That's not fun for anyone. But this will be a lot of like question and answer and conversation. And so I may be repeating some of what you say so that we can make sure that the folks in Zoom land hear it. And then the intent for this is for you to be able to walk away from this presentation with a clear action idea of like what you can do and take from this presentation. And so, yeah, we're going to jump right into it. When you hear the word power, what do you think of? Strength, authority, influence,
Courage.
courage. Yeah, absolutely. There are good and bad definitions of power, I think. And we're going to talk about what some of those look like. So there are different types of power. We're going to examine these 4 types but we're going to start with power over. When you hear power over, what does that mean to you? Authority, control, oppression. What are some real life examples of where someone might have power over you or where you have power over someone else? Parenting. At least we try, right? Sometimes not as much power as we want to have, but absolutely parenting. Yep, a boss and an employee. Teacher, student. Political power. Judicial, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, government.
Government, I heard police. Yeah, absolutely. So I think we have a lot more negative associations with power over than we do with positive ones, even though teacher-student relationship, even boss-employee relationships can be very positive, for sure. So what is the difference between power over and power to? And that behind the two, maybe there's just a blank. Ability. Yeah, I think ability is a really key piece of power. What are some examples of where you have power to whatever that blank is?
I think that's like statutes and laws.
Okay, statutes and laws. Yeah, so think about like when we're talking about some of the words we associated with power over were like oppression, government, judicial, authorities. Sometimes that can make us feel very powerless. I think about that a lot here in Union County. I told y'all this isn't about HIV, but I'm going to give you a really great example related to HIV in this county. Your health department wants to offer a medication called PrEP. It is a highly effective medicine at preventing HIV. It's a really great resource. A lot of people can get it for free. Your county commissioners do not allow your health department to offer PrEP. That is because of, again, back to what Jane was saying this morning, right? Ideas that HIV is a disease that is, given to people and as kind of a culling of people with bad morals, right? It's because people don't want to be associated with LGBT issues, even though we know that HIV is not a gay disease. There are a lot of reasons for that locally. So your health department employees feel very powerless in a lot of those situations because they're not even allowed to show up to spaces like this and be identified as health department employees because of local policies and the county commissioners and having a board of public health that's over that.
Okay, Party.
Go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. So we talk at the county commissioner's offices. So we should connect because that will be something I'd be more than happy to bring up during the meetings. Because I love calling them out on their ignorance and homophobic.
Me too. Absolutely. I will drop all of my contact information in the Zoom chat and make sure that anyone here in person wants it as well. Absolutely. So knowing that that feels like a powerless situation, where can we have power to?
Be self-directed.
To be self-directed. Say more to that.
Well, I think power to means power to make choices that empower you in your life to make this decision or this decision. So I think of power to make my own choices. Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So maybe that power to focuses a lot on the internal. I think about that circle of control a lot. If you've seen that, where like there's a small circle that I can control. That's my actions, my behaviors, my reactions. That's pretty much it. Like I can't control you. I can't control the weather. There are a lot of things I can't control, but I have a circle of influence outside of that. That's a little bit bigger, and that's where I can have some power. And that sometimes comes with having numbers. So what is the difference between power over, power to, and then power with? What does power with look like? Community. Coalition. Support. What is the value of power with? Strength in numbers. Greater influence.
Diverse resources.
Mhm.
Feeling like you're part of the community.
So you're not just a community. Mhm.
Safety.
Absolutely, safety.
Power with.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I think of that power too as not just like that internal, but also can be giving power to someone else and even lending our privilege to other people as well, right? So that we can create power where there maybe isn't any. I love power with because I think it's really unique. And I'm so glad that Jane talked earlier because I always think of the AIDS epidemic whenever we talk about this. Jane mentioned that there were a lot of lesbians stepping in and taking charge and like making sure that there was community there. There were a lot of groups, right, that were formed around activism. ACT UP is one that a lot of people know. ACT UP also on the face was very white, even though there were a lot of affinity groups within ACT UP that were fighting for marginalized communities that were very like they had Latino groups, like they were very diverse, but on the face it was very, very white. And after they got some of the policies and the laws and the funding that they wanted, a lot of the white people stepped out of that space. They're like, we got what we want, we're good. And that left a lot of people still without the resources that they needed. And so I always think of that when I think about power with, because if we're not standing with communities that maybe we don't identify with, we're taking some of that power away by reducing those numbers and reducing some of the privilege that we may have in those spaces. When you think of that today in Union County, how can you have power with a community, even if you aren't a part of that community? Show up, advocate, speak up, listen to them, educate your peers. What'd you say? Be an ally. Yeah.
Be their voice when they can't speak.
Yes, be their voice when they can't speak. Absolutely. This is a really simple example. And I know that a lot of you do these things, right? Like you go to the school board meetings, you go to the county commissioner meetings, all of those things are really great. This can also be very, sometimes this can look very simple. I always think of an example where like there was a Black food truck event that was happening in my neighborhood. And I was like, yeah, this is a really easy way for me to support a Black owned business. I can go buy from a few food trucks. I was one of the only white people there. And that was so surprising to me because I'm like, this is such an easy way to show up for this community and put a little bit of money into these business owners. Like, why aren't more people like me here and supporting? Like, there are so many ways that we can step outside of our comfort zone and support a community that we don't identify with. Money is definitely a great way to do that, but it doesn't have to be, right? Sharing your voice, going to all of those meetings. I love that you go to the county commissioner meetings all the time and that you go to the school board because we have every right to do that. We elect them. We have every right to speak to them. And so I think that's also really key in those powerless feeling situations that we can still have power with, even though my one vote maybe doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. It does have a difference whenever I am with my community. And that's what brings us to power within. What does power within look like? With the definition on the screen being the capacity to imagine and have hope, affirming our need for dignity and fulfillment.
Taking care of self needs.
Taking care of self needs. Absolutely. What a great way to maintain your power so that you're not running out, even just physically, right? That emotional power that we have. Self-advocacy. Absolutely. We're going to talk more about the importance of this as we move on. So moving forward, we're going to start identifying some superpowers that we have in the room. It sounds super corny, but it's really fun and it's a great way to pour some love into yourself, especially on a Friday. And so for that, we're going to use the definition of power being the capacity to do things, create, and achieve goals. I don't want you to get too hung up on that word create. I think a lot of times people are like, I'm not creative, but we are. And there are a lot of ways to create things. You can create relationships. You can create a really cool Excel sheet that you use at work and no one appreciates the way that they should, right? Like we all create things. This is very personal to me. I love Excel. And so we can all create things, so we can create our futures. And so power is that capacity to do things, create and achieve goals. We talked about some things that can give us power, right? If you're in an authority position, that is a way to give you power. What are other things that can give you power or give other people power? Information, absolutely. Privileges. Permission. Inclusion. Absolutely. So we all reflect multiple identities and hold multiple identities with us. So before we identify our superpowers, I want to look at how our identities impact our power. I think this is important because society has some view of our power based on our identities, but then we know how our identities can give us additional power. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples here as we move forward. And this might be kind of hard to see, but this is essentially different wheels that have different identities that you may have. And there's a blank wheel, which could be a multitude of other things. So some of the examples are wealth, race, gender, skin color, education, ability, language, neurodiversity, mental health, body size, and sexuality. Blanks could be religion, it could be age, absolutely. Yeah, it could be yeah, even just the generation that you were born into, absolutely. There are a lot of things that can go into that blank wheel. So example, I want to give you a couple of examples for myself as we start to think about this. So when I think about my race, for example, I'm a white cisgender queer woman. That gives me a lot of privilege and a lot of spaces. And so society can view my whiteness as a lot of power, right? And I can get a lot of power and privilege in that. That also then allows me to funnel that into a superpower to make sure that I am standing with communities that need some of that privilege, and that I'm also making sure that I raise up folks to be into the same spaces that I am in, and helping them get there, pairing them with mentors who will make sure that they stay in those spaces that are equipped to be in them and to thrive in them when they get to those tables. My gender, sometimes I cry at work. People associate that with my gender and call me sensitive. I no longer accept that because the same people who do that tend to yell a lot, and I think they are also sensitive. So I don't accept that. But because it's so, sometimes I've been in workplaces where people see that empathy as a weakness, and that has taken power away from me. But I know that I can turn that into power because that same empathy can help me connect with people. It can also help me check my own BS, because if I've offended somebody, I take that very seriously and will feel very bad, right? And so that allows me to check myself and to improve myself so that I do better the next time. So those are a couple of examples of how my identity can play into these power dynamics within society, but also within myself. So what are some examples you for yourself? Not to put you on the spot, but you said age, so I feel like you're going to have a comment.
Yeah, I think so. I've been in nursing for 33 years, and I was an Air Force nurse and all that stuff. And I think as I've gotten older, some of the younger nurses, all I have to do is start talking and they just stop. And I'm like, I'm probably going to say something completely wrong because after 30 years later, things have changed completely from when I started nursing till now, and they are learning new things. But just, I think, having aged and being a cisgender white gay man in the room, they'll just stop and listen. Especially when I'm sitting in a room full of predominantly younger female, which is what the majority of the nurses are now. They can all be talking the same thing, but I can just like start to say something about, and it's not just because I'm in leadership. I think a lot of it is just, okay, the old guy's talking, you know. So OG. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyone else?
Okay, go ahead. I was just gonna say, just made me think of, back in August, just started teaching at a university, and kind of a similar thing where I'm like, I'm not used to just being like in front of the room and everybody's listening to what I'm saying and I ask questions and they're like interested. I don't like speaking in public anyway, but I've had to get used to that. Like they're young and they're like trying to learn from, I've had a long career and the things I'm teaching them are relevant, but it's like a new feeling of like So, you know, they ask me a lot of things and people have not, but they don't know what I think about it, you know what I mean? It's like an adjustment to have a big room full of people that care what I think about something.
Absolutely, and that can be a really good feeling too, right? Yeah, our titles are set, yeah, a little bit
Like you
scary.
said, I won't say the right thing, but you're talking right.
And that's a superpower in its own right, is recognizing that, because a lot of times the statuses that we have because of our job titles or the education that we have or the experience we have can give us power, even in places where people shouldn't be giving it to us, right? I told you I worked at health departments for years. I was very heavily involved in our COVID response. I worked 80-hour weeks. People would, in my family, finally were like, oh, people in public health do things, they know things. And so they'd be like, oh, I've been having this issue with this neurological thing. And I'm like, that is not my specialty. But you work in healthcare, so you know. And I'm like, no, but it could have been very easy for me. Like, you're right, I do. And so what I'm going to tell you about this, right? And so we also have to be careful, like, where we get our authority to, like, make sure we are on, right? And just like you were saying, like, don't make things up if you're a lawyer, and don't make it up. Ask Google, because we don't want to lead people astray. Absolutely. And so I want to talk a little bit about our superpowers that are represented in the room. Everyone has more than one superpower. So I don't want you to walk out of here being like, I don't know what it is. I'm going to tell you this first. If you're not sure what your superpower is, or you're feeling like you beat yourself up a lot, I want you to have homework after this to ask people what they think your superpower is, because that's a really great way to pour love back into you, because the people around you love you and they see your superpowers even if you don't see them. But I want to ask you what you think some of your superpowers are right now.
Stand up, please. Stand up.
All right, there's been a request to stand.
Yes, stand if you're able. Crystal and I have, with two other women, have formed, and Pam, Rev Up North Carolina. And that stands for register, educate, vote, use your power. But I say use your superpower, because voting is a superpower. So this is why we're standing up. We're gonna do a little superpower thing. Okay.
Will you come to this side
Oh,
first, just to make sure
they can
that folks
see?
on Zoom? Yes.
Yes, yes, there I am. All right, ready? So I'm gonna do it first, and then you're gonna do it back. Okay. So give me a ya. Ya. Give me a ya. Give me a cup. Come on, give me a cup. All right, what's that spell? Ya. Cup. Oh, you didn't even do it. All right, you're gonna do the whole thing. Ready. Okay, give me a ya. Ya. Give me a cool. Cool. What's this spell? Ya. Cool. I do that at the beginning of class.
I love that. Maybe I will
Superpower
adopt
is getting
that.
people to stand up and speak nonsense.
Thank you. Any other superpowers? Yes.
I think that one of my superpowers is my empathy, like being able to listen and connect with just about anyone.
Absolutely. Empathy is definitely a superpower. Anyone else?
We started using a different language, so
Oh,
it's asking questions now.
not only is your superpower to get people to agree into doing these wild things, but also using technology. I love that. Yes.
I'd say my superpower is also somewhat of my downfall. I have a very high tolerance for embarrassment. Yeah. Just being able to, I mean, I don't mind public speaking, but I'm terrible at it, but I don't mind doing it. So it's kind of a bit of a deadly combination. I'll just get up there and run my mouth. And for some people, it's a superpower to be able to stand up and just say, okay, let's just see what happens.
Absolutely.
But it is also a bit of a risk rate until it's going to come.
That is fair. That is fair. Yes.
Have know it all on the train for Polar Express.
Oh, boy. As I can absorb all information and differ them at any time. Love.
Yes.
Creative in a very literal making things sense. Especially recently, exploring the ways that I use that for storytelling and advocacy and things like that. And using all of those like that's
Yes.
Curiosity?
Yes.
I'm not embarrassed to reach out to someone I don't know and say, I'd like to get to know you better or talk to you about this. And that's how Ken and Ariana on that about a year ago. You know, just reaching out to people, getting to know them and learn about them. It's a great thing to do. Very cool.
Any other superpowers? Yes.
I can organize things behind the scenes for 500 people. And yet.
Absolutely. So I know Reagan mentioned this, some of you maybe have also felt this, that sometimes your superpower can also be a detriment. I like to think of that, right? Because if we're always in our superpower mode, sometimes we're not taking care of ourselves. I didn't tell you what my superpower is, so I'll give you some. Like I need to think of an example. So like, for example, I feel very comfortable having uncomfortable conversations with people. I taught sex ed for a long time to a wide variety of ages. I can have very uncomfortable conversations with people in a very comfortable way for me. If I've always got that turned on, though, that could be very alarming to some people because that doesn't work for everyone. That's not where everyone's boundary is. And so I sometimes have to set my own boundary with that superpower because it's not always the time or the place for me to use that superpower. How do you have to put boundaries on some of the superpowers that you mentioned? Yes. Yes. Being quiet is the boundary, or being quiet is why you need a boundary?
I mean, why I need a boundary. I mean, if I know something, I want to say it. If I don't know anything, I'll be quiet.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I didn't say mine before, but I feel like I don't want to say research, that sounds too serious, but like, I'm the kind of person, if somebody asks me something that I don't know, I will say I don't know, but then I'll be like, but I'm gonna look it up. And if I'm not careful, I'll spend, waste time reading about the subject, and then somebody just offhand asking me about it. I could have just said, I don't know, moved on with my life, but now I know all the background. Why? I don't need to know all that. They didn't ask for all, so I have to kind of rein it in and be like, just stop,
Maybe even a little bit of enablement, because you can't say, I don't know, but you can Google that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I need to tell other people to Google, because instead I'll go look it up for them. Yeah. I know. It's amazing to think how wrong. I can find anything. I'm like, no, hold on. That's fine. That's where you can use your judgment, right? The internet will find.
If someone's like, does a COVID vaccine change your DNA? You want to make sure they get the right answer. I like what color is the toothbrush that Prince Harry uses.
Right. What you can Google that.
Yes.
So I teach high school art, and so being a good listener and being very empathetic, my children get way too comfortable with me and tell me things about their life that like I don't really need to know as their teacher. Sometimes I have to remind them that like, hey, I'm a mandatory reporter, and you can't tell me about you going out and doing hard drugs over the weekend or something like that. And don't try and fail to kill yourself this weekend. Like I have to snitch on you at that point. So I have to set boundaries with that because I can't listen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
I had to take the political route over there. Because usually teaching. So but they only one had heard. Because I did this. I was making it. And it is. It's there forever. Oh, yeah.
Forever. Of course. Of course.
My willingness to do a job that maybe some people don't do means that a lot of time for free. So I'm an over volunteer.
Thank you. Yeah, that
Did I
doesn't
drive
serve
you
me.
wrong? Yes, I did.
Absolutely. I would also add, because you mentioned that a lot of what you do is behind the scenes, it's also very possible that maybe sometimes that boundary is making sure that you get recognition. Because I'll see a lot of times people they're like, my superpower is humility. And I'm like, that's great. But one day I want you to get promoted. So I can be able to know what you do. So yes, also making sure that you're getting credit for that. Absolutely. Yes.
That if you have the self-awareness to set boundaries for your superpower, that's its own superpower.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And it's just way to do it. Absolutely, yeah. I keep telling myself my new superpower is gonna be to say no. And yet here I am working the next 6 weekends in a row because that's my fault. Absolutely. So I think some of you have told us this, but how will you use your superpower for good? Whether it's good for yourself by setting boundaries or good for other people. Yes.
Hopefully, we get the entire state. The big plan is to have 100. With us. What we can.
Very cool.
Register everybody.
Absolutely. And you are not going to volunteer to be at all 100 of those.
Brad, that does. It's getting rid of this.
It's a big.
Absolutely. How about to use your superpower for good? Educating people. Yeah. Yes, I think that goes back to that power too. Education is a great way to give power to people because the more we know, the more resources we have, even participating in things like this. Like there are a lot of resources and things that I've learned today that I didn't know about that can increase my power because now I know experts who know all of these things. And that goes back to that community within. Absolutely. Yes.
Google. To teach at a university and the college know those textbooks are expensive, and the students hate buying them. So I've made the decision starting next, because I've started this year, starting next year, with my acquiring the textbooks because I'm like, everything I need to teach these classes is on in it. So, it's gonna give them links and read this, watch this video, whatever. You don't need to spend $100 on books. Parents will always love you for that. Yeah, they're actually, the whole school was encouraging the professors to do that, so. Some of the older students don't want to buy that. Yeah, I was nervous at first, and talking to them, they're like, it's great, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, never opened it. You kind of had to when I came in, it was already kind of established. But I'm like, why did I open it?
I love that. I still remember the one professor who did that for me in college and saved me money. I will never forget that person's face. So I love it. Absolutely. We're not finished yet. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know, I shouted, I unmuted myself and shouted out something.
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
No, I don't have anything to add. My superpower is interruption.
Which is a good skill when we need it. Absolutely. We're not finished yet, but I want to actually. How many of you, does anyone here work for nonprofits besides Molly? A couple of you? Okay, so we will talk about this. This is moving on from this presentation, weird adjustment. I do want you to know that V does have community, positive action community grants open right now. We're past the cycle to apply for 3 years, but we're in a cycle where people can apply for 1-year grants. All of the grants that we have are related to advocacy, linkage and relinkage to care, or creating safe spaces. So just like I said at the beginning, you can't address HIV without addressing things like systemic racism, homophobia, transphobia. We don't have our grants limited to addressing HIV. A lot of our grants do then contribute to safe spaces. I've got some information. There's a table over here with water bottles and some other fun things that you all can take. There's some examples there of some of the grants that we offer and things that we've done specifically for youth. So if you want to know more about our grants for your nonprofit, I'm happy to give you more information for that. I want to tell you about one other program that we have because I think it's helpful to a lot of you, especially those of you who are parents or who serve parents. So this QR code is a survey just for this presentation. It's not for the entire conference today. This just helps my supervisor know that I was working today. We don't live in the same state, so it's helpful for me if some of you fill this out. But I want to give you one more resource that can help you hopefully expand powers that you especially in your training. And I will drop the link for this in the chat for the folks on Zoom. We have a program at ViVE called Mother to Son. It was initially developed to highlight the power that maternal figures have, and especially getting the men in their lives into healthcare and having conversations about health. Since then, we've adapted this program a lot because my team doesn't like that this is just mother to son. And so I would say these resources are not necessarily that specific to mother to son. This could be used for any type of family. And we use this a lot in that mother for us does not have to mean the person who gave birth to you. Mother can be an auntie, it can be a teacher, it can be a grandmother, it can be a cisgender man who filled the role because there was not a maternal figure in that role earlier. It can be someone in the ballroom community who has taken on that. And so it's a really cool opportunity to celebrate chosen families as well as more traditional families and to encourage conversation. So this is a resource that has conversation tools just to help open up conversations with families. It is not HIV specific. Some of the questions on this, for example, are like, how do you want the world to see me? What do you wish everyone knew about me before they met me? What do you wish had been easier for you to talk to me about when you were growing up? How do you want it to be loved? And so this can be a really great resource for you in opening up conversations with your families. And I hope that you will use it if it makes sense to you. There's a whole website with a booklet that you can download for free as well that has this conversation tool, but the questions are on these cards as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'm just gonna clap, y'all. I'm just gonna clap.
And ViVE Healthcare is one of our major sponsors. They sponsored the part of the festival last year. And then this year they are sponsoring this conference. And that was one of those words that you saw in print, but you never saw, heard like when you're reading and you're like, I thought the word always said this. And I don't know if I said it wrong. So I am so happy that she did come last year and she came up and said, hey, we have some money. Y'all need it. I'm like, we always need money. So your food and stuff like that. While we're here, Atrium Health is also one of our corporate sponsors for this year, for this conference and hopefully for the festival. With their help, we were able to provide food, which is being picked up right now. And so hopefully you went online and you gave us what you wanted to eat. Put them in emails and stuff like that. Did anyone not tell me that you wanted to eat? I know I have one turkey sandwich that the person's on Zoom, so she's not eating it. It's all you. And so I can see what's. Also, I'm probably not eating right now, and I know it might be. I've got seaweed salad coming because I can't eat a lot of the things that normal Americans eat. So I'm eating. If I eat, it's going to be sushi. I know it's weird. There's like I can eat sushi, but I can't eat bread. So I'm allergic to dairy, eggs, and pork. I don't know why in the world what I do wrong. I can't eat some of that stuff because they'll even like salt and vinegar chips have lactose in it. But I can eat jalapeno chips. So I don't know why the jalapeno chips don't have lactose. And you would think that some other ones would have lactose and they don't, so it's weird. And, why don't we, take the time to mingle, then we can come back, when the food gets here. She was saying that she was picking it up. And, how I got to the Dunkin's this morning and said that I was supposed to get it at 8 and got there late because my car keys, they didn't have it at 8:27. They were still making it. So probably they were like, oh, we said 11:45.
She's on her way, coming back now.
Yeah, so she's on her way.
It's close to you.
And we will get back here about 1 o'clock. And during the lunch, we can sit and mingle, we can ask questions of each other. I was thinking about doing like a bingo and stuff like that, and I'm like, what are those things? Why force someone to do that? So we can do like a round of discussion on different things. So. I think my sushi is. No. I am morbidly obese, and I eat. Because I'm allergic to a lot of foods, so if I want to stay here the rest of the day, I might not eat. I just drink one coffee. And I'm running on nothing. But I did buy any food, but I do think I got the idea, but I was.
Yeah, hospital cafeteria.
Molly was a vegetarian too, but that's the thing, if you're vegetarian, you get to wide range of foods. If you're vegan, basically I'm vegan with, I think.
You're vegan like.
Yeah.
What was making me?
I'm just stealing from my child.
Corn and
Every problem.
It lowers my ability to use thyroid. And then I just get brain fog.
Figure out what option do I
More of it.
Yeah. That's me. It's like $30. I have a thyroid issues there. Why? You know, keep this.
Vegetable combo. So it is sushi made from cucumbers, carrots, and avocados, and then seaweed salad.
Sounds like both things.
And it's commonly things that I need.
Yeah, and then.
Well, we're really nonsense.
As soon as you want to get up here.
But I guess I just got this morning, like I have avocado toast.
Yeah, they called him the. Yeah.
$1,000 an hour more than. Right, yes, you want it, so. I mean. Yeah. I think we did cookie extra, so that anybody that has cookies inside their food. Box, and then they could have the. Yeah. Yes.
I don't have, where it's
Saturday.
Yes.
That's funny, I just got a working on it. Are you sure you want to submit your courses of non-required materials? Sure, thank you.
Told you, a room full of people, come on. Is it by email or by?
Yeah.
You know, a couple years.
Yeah.
Like all that's actually different is like the forward.
Yeah,
Like
right.
you have five.
You corrected a couple mistakes, somebody pointed that out.
You need help? I'll read that. Peter's here.
We're thinking that, but you're
Just right there.
They do, yeah, Alice front. Yeah, I just. Yeah, Molly Burkle. And Reagan Johnson.
Yeah,
that's gonna be fun.
Well, I'll go before. We'll go here some more here. Megan.
Yeah.
Luigi?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Eddie, you need to come over and say hello to me.
That again.
It is me. Me and my frog voice. Hey, I thought I heard you earlier.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm all over the place.
You're always here.
And Matt's. There you go. That is good. Monica.
How about your chair?
Is there playing out in the bottom?
And a power bank, everything. Not hard. Yeah. I think they can talk about that.
We all going through it. And that's what you know. One of those is that. It's not, they,
No, yeah, I already gave this one for Jen. I already gave it to,
Yeah.
oh, there's two more. Oh, yeah, they're not here. I don't know. No, they're not. I know. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. What is it? Okay. Another one. Okay. Don't worry. You got it in peace. There are.
Yeah, I have.
Like, I'm like,
Wow. I'm doing that, I'm not gonna work, I'm doing a.
part of the reason why.
17 is anorexic. And so when people are like, I don't want to be able to say now, that we would want to, and then you go, what does it make me? What? Because you.
Yeah.
Like, when you work out.
There was like space to be around, but not be like in it, yeah.
So, I really work. Then just like, oh, my, 10 pounds over. 95% of the day, whatever.
Yeah, I haven't done drone before, that's 2 days, right?
I had a program this.
There's like a festival at a parade. Yeah. I haven't. But it's.
I went to Alex last year. Actually, I started again. Obviously, I really had very. Yeah.
Yeah, I did actually.
Yeah. Probably last year. Like 9 yeah. And then yeah. But I'm like, honestly, this is one of the most miserable. I feel like nothing and it's all. And I was in the block near the state. I knew it was the thing that- And I was still like, this is the thing. I'm like, I was the guy thing there, and I was like, I know you said that. I'm like, nobody can say anything. Yeah. Right. It doesn't need to do that. Manage.
on vacation for Charlotte Pride the past 2 years. I don't think I'm gonna get away with it 3rd year in a row. I was just like I did. You know, you need the stage to allow, but there comes a point where it's an accessibility issue. And it's like, nobody was censoring and coming within 2 blocks of the stage. They're all crowded down at the other end of the festival. Like, yeah. I don't think anybody did. Durham was on my list. I don't think Raleigh was on it. It overlapped something else. I've started keeping just like a tracker for my own personal one. All of the Carolinas and surrounding. Yeah.
What kind of art do you do that?
Illustrators, so stickers, you know, print. And then also doing a lot of other random. I had to. Yeah, I think I heard for a while. So are they been there? I think I was the guys. Yeah, and
I think it's like everywhere.
I want to do all of everything and then. There's only so much room in the room, and it got to the point where I would start to become my own person. And be like people would look around and be like, oh, there's too much, I'm overwhelmed. So. I was not very old. And then I was more. Anybody wants to? Oh my God. One of my big goals that you bought. Yeah. You know, super quiet. Yeah. There's another one. But that's me. No. Oh, God.
It makes you.
I answered my thought too. Early bird. Wow. It was, and it was. Right. It was also. I'm happening every day. And only was walking around and thinking. But for regular they won't get from the parking lots. So then it was like extra. Yeah. Communications with yeah. The city planner would be like, hey, yeah, it's also, it's a. Yeah.
My brain will not like. My brain will get past it.
It's so long.
Like, yeah. Every. That's what we.
It has a little bit of course, we have fun. We don't get to play around. Makes this sound like it's beautiful. We're like, I from your all the time. Yeah, exactly. And then people- People can say, oh, like I'm down in Charlotte, but I'm like, never mind. Oh, it's not real. Literally everywhere else, like, oh, you can go, no, we're gonna come here from Fort. It's not. Yeah, they have them say, rock, I did rock. I did rock last year. They did it on the time.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I just signed up.
Thank you.
Yeah, remember.
Yeah.
It's not really here old.
Debated without banning.
He's not for a long time. Wait, keep in mind, I'm 33.
So Mark wants to get tired of the member in like a couple of months. You can't see application form. And it says nobody's gonna be able to fire. But if they're still, there's sort of a sponsor, I think they're okay.
We can't read the ones that don't do it. So then it's. They can't. Oh. So.
I think I just not really content.
Oh.
And then, print. Everything I do is print. Yes. So,
But if you.
yeah, my favorite though. For advocacy.
Do a.
My son set out. Numbers, number 2 roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. So big. In itself.
Exactly. They were telling.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, you know, and it said, you can tell your friends who are friends or Democrats or however, but you can't post it on Facebook, you can't post it on social media because it's gonna be an organizational event and they can't have organizational content. So it's just word of mouth. You know, bring your friends, bring them, and there actually are seamlessly.
It was me, we were spending all the work doing, you know. I'm not gonna have a lot of money. Taking cable out of town and stuff. Water shop. You may end up on there. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jason, the guy. Either trying to get in flat or. Oh,
AI stuff now, you can get a call from a that says, translation doesn't look quite right. There are really a lot of make that kind of over. A lot of. Whole generation to get that joke.
It's really progressive.
I feel much better now. Thank you. It's the same reason I love them. Like. Stare at the big glasses, don't look at everything else. Otherwise, I don't want to be perceived.
My daughter's visual anxiety. I mean. I know. It's in my. It's the last slide. In there. I have some of these, but mine's a liquor. I'm not really interested. Yeah. They want, it's just the right ones, it's even about that. Like you said, if you look at.
Decide about. Transphobia, we don't have a lot of people so like why is this such a joke? Like don't, it's not appealing to them. But yeah, they're tired of hearing. What's the messaging strategy?
I had a tear. I had a tear. Everything here, like everything.
And the feeling that new dynamic. Yeah, it's like on the family, the first door. Like that is something that. Yeah. Carry it to other people. Right. I think the problem with so much like conservative ideology is it's like, no, but that only applies to me. Like only my family. Really, I only care about it. If it affects me, it doesn't care about it.
This is literally one of yeah.
Unless their children are.
We don't need parents should not.
That's all the day. Like, how does your brain hold those things at once? It's wild, yeah.
That's what it's like, they're going around saying that, hey, I'm Thursday, because now they're protesting what the moms are doing.
Yeah.
There's a soccer protest already all across the country, and they co-opted all the cheerleaders.
Oh, yeah.
All the mama bears, and co-opted all the moms, they have every kind of merch thing, and it looks very good. And I mean,
Which is also very funny because it's like, okay, so then like after this event, you're gonna wear that around and people are gonna be like, oh, that's gay stuff. Right. Oh, that's with our kids, but I get all up in your business. Which. Right.
I know that like, you know, California are doing a lot of the messaging. California is the state of freedom. Like, we're the free house.
As long as there's. We cannot be. No, no. Migrant populations, like so many disabled folks, it's just like, you can't. Can't be like, well, their governor sucks, and so, like, let them float into the sea, but that's not. When you go to the Queer History South Conference, that was like last. Yeah, so there was like one person there from New York and one from California, and it was about observing Southern history and right. And it was about Q&A at some point, somebody anonymously asked, "The sound is so rough, why don't you just leave?" And the catharsis of listening to the room unanimously, they like, well, surely. Yeah. I used to get that. I was in grad school in DC and used to get a lot of that. Like, well, why don't you just not be in the South? I was like, well, first of all, because we've been here. And so like, we're gonna like let jerks bully us out of our homes. No, thank you. Also, if you care about a place, you stay and you fix it. You know, it's like, and one of the big things we can talk about is that like, when we talk about there not being queer people and stuff and you know, queer history, it's because routinely universities and professors and people from states and universities in California and New York have done rounds of the South to collect and preserve our history and then stuck them in a basement archive and then and not done anything. So a lot of our like stories, artifacts and things like that have been like physically removed and put somewhere where they'll be safer and, you know, not actually seen or touched. It's given British Museum and I which is so unfortunate because like, yeah. So, right. We need something. We're on the bridge, we're like South. Right. Largest population by. So disregarding the South is. Right, so like, right, again, so yeah, so white liberals should leave to left, like. Yeah. It's like classmates. Right. Right. Like maybe you're like, yeah, I'd leave in a heartbeat, but I'm not gonna here. I don't have no John Martin stuff, like real here, you know, like. Have been against or like age and physically weak. Isn't the disabled population has the yeah, like undocumented folks, of which there are a lot because of the agriculture here, like. And just.
40 hours here. I got you. Just give me 15 minutes heads up. So if you need a potty or anything like that, go for that. I must be either someone changed their what they look like or something because I don't know if mom is here. That's you. Okay.
Yeah, my hair is a different color than it was last year. Yeah, it's different. It isn't different. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't in my like profile picture, I don't have glasses at all, so. I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. These are from Room Plan, I think.
Oh, with the like, the metal, I know exactly what you're talking. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Classes and they were all the section right here. And then said. I work as a thinking. Even
You want to stand there?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, my ADD self will probably move around.
Well, everyone,
Down to y'all pocket. I know. Is this what you need for me not to be on the front of you?
everyone in the Zoom, we will have 5 minutes. At 1 o'clock, we will start.
Okie dokie.
Stay ready for your Yeah, I saw. As opposed to looking at them, this is what all belongs to me.
They're like permanent babies.
Yeah.
She doesn't really like.
Yeah, I love hanging out with someone else. Yeah, the first two sentences. I have them out. So I think the first two sentences is just like my flag job and my other job.
It's not gonna stay.
One person from home and have a family friend, so. Yeah. It was like, okay. Oh, no. I know. Yeah. It's such an answer. Yeah, it's not, get off the fence. People a chance to take care of their physical needs. Very good. Are living in a place that is yeah, I waited till the top. The joys of staying hydrated and happening.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank y'all for coming back after lunch. I hope that that was a good ability to talk to each other, have some food. If you're in this room, we will feed you again approximately 3 o'clock. So if you were like, it made a noise, don't know what that meant. I'm still moving, so that's good. So this afternoon, at 1 o'clock, we are going to be hearing from Molly Burkholder. The topic is how to show up for children and youth. They are the educational programs manager for PFLAG Charlotte, which also includes Union County. They also work as an instructional design and organizational development.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. No, I was like, sorry. It's because I sound like a goose. I was like, whoop, yay.
I love Jen.
Sorry.
Last year, we actually, and I had name tags and they are put somewhere, or I had to throw them away because they were destroyed and I didn't provide them this year. But they were based on A, don't talk to me, A.
Oh, yeah, the like.
Caution. I'm sorry that you didn't have those. Hopefully you feel comfortable saying no if someone is just really talkative or, and Jen put the blue ones on, which had nothing to do with the yellow, green. And we decided that that was Jen's color because she's always able to be someone that you can talk to and that would talk to you and make you feel comfortable. So that she had her own little color.
Yay. Yay me.
Ridiculous. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Crystal. Like Crystal mentioned, my name is Molly Burkholder. I use any pronoun, so whatever floats your fancy at the moment. And I'm the educational programs manager for PFLAG Charlotte. And so I'm going to talk to you all a little bit about advocating for LGBTQ youth in different settings. Some of this content is adapted from some of our workplace sessions because and some of it is more geared towards our parental audiences. But I think so a lot of it in this room is going to be things that a lot of y'all might be familiar with, but I think hopefully what y'all can take away is
accessible ways to talk about it when you are in a position to advocate for youth, because so often LGBTQ youth don't get access to the spaces where their rights are being discussed. And so being able to have accessible language and correct information is a really important way to empower yourself to be a better advocate. So where is the mouse switch select? Spacebar? No. Hello. Sorry. No, Crystal's not here. No, that's just moving our little. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thanks, Kayla. Teamwork. So I know a lot of y'all might be familiar with PFLAG. I know some of y'all are part of PFLAG, Union County. But I just want to, in case folks are not familiar, give y'all a little bit of historical context of what PFLAG is and what we do as a national organization, and then at the PFLAG Charlotte chapter level. So PFLAG was founded as a result of, this is Morty Manford, who was a prominent gay activist in New York. He brought his mom, Jean, to the Christopher Street Parade, which eventually would become New York Pride. And in addition to being a visible parent ally at that parade, she also wrote an op-ed in the New York Times talking about the importance of supporting your gay and lesbian children. And then the Times got a ton of other parents writing in saying, we love our gay and lesbian kids, but we don't know what it looks like to support them in this time and culture that is not built for them, right? And so they started a PFLAG meeting in New York City, and eventually it grew into what is now a national organization with like 400 or so chapters across the country, and like 200,000 members. And so PFLAG's mission is to create a caring, just, and affirming world for LGBTQ people and their allies. And so at PFLAG Charlotte, there's a couple ways that we do that. The first is something that is sort of the flagship of every PFLAG chapter, which is peer support. So that's a space where anybody, but especially parents and caregivers of LGBTQ youth, can come to find support, to build community, to share stories, and to learn about resources that can help them better support their kids. So PFLAG Charlotte has an in-person monthly meeting at Timeout Youth in East Charlotte. We have a virtual monthly meeting. We have satellite meetings. Y'all do every other month in Union County, right? For PFLAG.
Correct. Yes, we do. Yep.
Thanks,
Every other
Jen.
month. Yep.
See, we're all making it work together. Yeah, so Union County has every other month. North Mech meets every other month in Huntersville. And then we have two newer support groups. One that meets at Selwyn Avenue Presbyterian Church. That's a faith and allyship support group. So it focuses on people who have questions around faith and supporting the LGBTQ community. Because those are sort of specific questions that, you know, it's really important to, as it's one of our values at PFLAG, that we meet people where they are. But in order to also ensure that our peer support groups are a safe space for everybody, some of those questions about faith and allyship weren't having their own space to explore those. And then we also have Apoyando con Amor, which is our Spanish-speaking peer support group that meets monthly at the Latin American Coalition. So then the next sort of pillar of what we do is my role, which is educational programming. So I go into local businesses, schools, healthcare settings, conferences like this, and just talk about how to make, to create a more inclusive environment and foster allyship in whatever your particular context is. And then the last piece is sort of community engagement and advocacy, which is also sort of why I'm here today. But it's just engaging with other community partners who also share our mission and values around advocating for LGBTQ folks. This is going to be hard every time. Okay, so I mentioned a little bit about this before, but this is just sort of a guidelines that I like to talk about in terms of how we show up to conversations that could be potentially difficult. If you don't have Kayla's superpower of being super comfortable having difficult conversations, here's some things that you could fix. Crystal, can y'all see me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. I will try and stay here. I make no promises. So, PFLAG, one of the most important things is that everybody is on a journey and we really try and meet folks where they are. And so that requires recognition that everybody's journey is unique, and giving, even if someone is maybe not as far along as you are, giving credit that if someone shows up to a PFLAG peer support meeting, they're there because they love their kid and they want to do right by them. And so recognizing that everyone is on their own journey, everyone's feelings are valid. How we express those feelings is a little more nuanced, but everyone is allowed to have their feelings and feel them. We also encourage people to give themselves grace, and a big part of, okay. I don't have a mouse on here. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, and then just remembering that we're not alone, right? That PFLAG is first and foremost about building community. And so even if it feels very isolating, which a lot of parents express, when their kid first comes out, they feel like they don't know what to do and feel like, oh, this has never happened to anyone before in the whole world. But like, the great thing about PFLAG is it gives you an example to say, yes, it has. And there's other people in my community that can support me and that have been on the same journey. Skip that. Okay. Again, this is all stuff that I think a lot of people in this room are familiar with, but again, just hopefully I'm gonna try and give this to y'all in some simple terms to help you have conversations with people that might not be as familiar as those of us in this room are. So when people get bogged down with how long or complicated or confusing the LGBTQIA2S+ acronym is, there's ways to break it down. Also, if you've ever done taxes or been part of an organization, everybody has acronyms that are specific to that group, and being respectful of that group's culture means learning how they talk about themselves, right? So we have L, G, and B that refer to sexual orientation. Two other groups that would fall into this sexual orientation category would be folks who are asexual or aromantic, sometimes just referred to as ace or aro, and then pansexual folks who are attracted to people of many or all gender identities. And then again, trans is around gender identity. It's an internal sense of who you are as a man, a woman, or somewhere in between or outside of those binary ideas of gender. So a lot of folks have a lot of anxiety around pronouns and misgendering people when it comes to using pronouns for trans people or non-binary folks. My best advice is always practice when that person is not in the room, because we don't often use someone's pronouns when we're in the room with them, right? I'm not gonna look at Crystal and say, Crystal, how is she feeling today? Because that makes me sound insane, right? So practice when that person is not in the room, right? And then also, if you encounter someone who is really hung up on the incorrect grammar of they, them pronouns for a single person, first of all, it's not grammatically incorrect, and you can tell them that because that's just a fact. And then the example that I like to give is if you're at a coffee shop and you see an abandoned set of keys on the table next to you, you're not going to look at it and say, oh no, someone left his or her keys on the table. You're going to say, someone left their keys on the table, and it's going to roll out off your tongue super naturally because it is a correct way to refer to a single person whose gender you don't know. And then when it comes to the words in this graphic that start with X's and Z's, Z's, theirs, them, those are called neopronouns, and they're used a lot by especially like Gen Z queer folks, probably because a lot of them got tired of explaining that they, them is a correct way to refer to a single person. But if you see those and you're not sure how to pronounce them because not a lot of words in English start with an X, that's okay. You don't have to be an expert. If someone uses those pronouns, thank you, Crystal. If someone uses those pronouns, they're going to be an expert. And it's a really easy way to demonstrate that you're working on being an ally and working on being respectful, to say, hey, I saw that you have this pin that has these words I don't know. How do I pronounce that? How do I refer to you if I'm talking about you when you're not in the room? Another term that gets thrown around incorrectly by a lot of folks that have a lot of feelings but not a lot of knowledge about the trans community is transition. And so just to give a clear, hopefully simple-ish definition, transition refers to bringing your body into alignment with your gender identity, or bringing all aspects of your life into alignment with your gender identity. So there's things like social transition or social affirmation, which is things like going by different name and pronouns, changing your presentation, whether that's confusing people with new hair colors, or changing how you dress or how you do your makeup, right? Just these ways, because gender or culture has a lot to say about how we present ourselves and how that connects to gender. And so social transition is those things that we can change outwardly that are going to change our own and other people's perception of our gender. Psychological transition is around the idea of feeling like your gender is respected and validated in the spaces that you move through on a daily basis. Legal transition is those things like official name change, gender marker changes on your birth certificate, on your driver's license, social security, all those official government documents. And then medical transition is things like puberty blockers, hormone therapy, gender affirming surgery. Something that's important to note when we talk about gender affirming care for young people, two things. One, the narrative that kids are getting irreversibly mutilated by these surgeries. It's just not happening. Like very, very rarely trans, masc, or non-binary youth can possibly get top surgery before they turn 18, but that is very much happening in conversation with their primary care doctor, with mental health professionals, with their surgeon and their parents, right? Kids are not like walking into a gender affirming surgery clinic and be like, change it all. And the doctor's like, sure, come on. That's not happening. And anyone who is telling you that it is misinformed and has ill intentions, I would say. And then another thing that's important to know, when we talk about puberty blockers have been in use for a really long time for kids that have precocious puberty. So kids who are starting puberty, their bodies start changing when they're, 8 or 9 years old, which from a social development perspective, is too young for kids to be, you know, like a little girl who's 7 or 8 years old having her period is not, she's going to be isolated and alienated in a lot of ways socially. So the medicine that is in puberty blockers has been prescribed for those kids for a really long time. It's not new, it's not dangerous or experimental. And also, it doesn't create irreversible changes in a kid. All it does is press pause on the natural processes that a body goes through during puberty so that a kid and their parents and their family and their medical provision team have some time to explore their feelings about gender. And then when they're a little bit older, they can make decisions about things like gender affirming surgery without having to go through the trauma of developing secondary sex characteristics that don't align with their gender identity. And then once you stop taking puberty blockers, puberty starts just like it would have when you were 12 years old and you're just a little bit older, and it doesn't have any like major scary effects. So yeah, and again, there's no medical procedure or legal process or therapy that you need to have to count as trans, right? Every person's journey with their gender identity is uniquely their own. The only thing that predicates being a trans person is self-identifying as trans. Just want to touch the mouse pad every time. Another important term to know when we talk about trans health, and especially for trans youth, is gender dysphoria. So that's the distress that a person might feel when their gender does not match their sex assigned at birth. These feelings can be especially severe during puberty, but can happen at any time. And they can be debilitating to the point of impairing someone's ability to function in school, at work, etc. Something that's important to note here about gender dysphoria is it is a clinical diagnosis, and it's often a prerequisite to being able to access gender affirming care. And this is progress from the time when queer identities were classified as mental illness, which was not that long ago, unfortunately. But the fact that trans and gender nonconforming people still have to seek a diagnosis and be labeled as having a disorder in order to access care that affirms their identity can often in itself worsen their dysphoria or increase the stigma that they feel around their identity and lead to anxiety and depression. So that's just something that's important to know. So I really like this graphic from GLSEN because I think it does a good job of showing that gender identity is not just a concern for trans and gender nonconforming people or for the queer community. Every person has a gender identity, and there's these three sort of aspects of gender identity that we think about when we think about what creates our internal sense of what our gender is. So the first one is your body and how it exists and changes over time. So whether you are cisgender or trans, your body changes as you age, and how you feel about your gender might be connected to those changes in your body. So if you are a cis woman who gets pregnant, you might have a different connection with your womanhood and your femininity as you go through that process of making and carrying a baby. If you are a cisgender man and you start to have less muscle definition as your testosterone levels drop as you age, that might change how you feel about your sense of self as a man, right? That's not anything to do with trans folks, right? the only thing that is, and not even, I was going to say the only thing that's explicitly trans has to do with hormones, but that's absolutely not true, because cis people take hormone replacement all the time when they go through menopause or as they age. Again, most of the people taking testosterone are not trans, they're cis men. Most of the people taking estrogen are not trans women, they're cis women. The next piece of gender identity is your gender expression. So that's the choices that you make about how you express your gender. So every culture has different ideas about how men and women should look or should walk and talk and act. And so we all, cis, trans, or otherwise, make choices about how we present ourselves that either align with those sort of cultural ideas of gender roles or go against them. You know, like there's tons of research about women politicians who do voice coaching to bring their voices down and sound more authoritative because people trust male voices more because we live in a patriarchal society. That's a whole nother soapbox and presentation. But you know, we all make these choices, right, about how we present ourselves, and that might affect how we feel about our own gender. And then the last piece is attribution. So that's how other people perceive you related to your gender. And again, I think for a lot of people, the obvious examples around attribution come from whether or not a trans person might pass as cisgender or not. But how we're perceived by others can affect our gender identity regardless of whether we're trans or not. So like if I'm a cis woman, which I'm not for the record, but if a cis woman is going to the grocery store, hungover on Sunday morning in her baggiest sweatpants, hair tucked up under a baseball cap, and she gets an, "Oh, excuse me, sir," from behind, that might make her feel some type of way about her gender presentation and her gender identity. And that means nothing about her. She's not trans because someone thought she was a man, right? But like how other people see us impacts how we feel about ourselves, right? Okay, so just threw a lot of terminology at y'all. And I want to get into a little bit more, aside from the fact that what I said before, if you want to be an ally to a community, you have to understand their cultural vocabulary, why this stuff is really important. So from the 2022 Trevor Project LGBTQ Youth Mental Health Survey, we know that 45% of queer youth seriously considered attempting suicide within the past year, and 14% of those youth actually did make a suicide attempt. We also know that queer youth are more than twice as likely as their heterosexual or cisgender peers to experience homelessness in their lifetime. And these numbers are even higher when we talk about LGBTQ youth of color. So also, in addition to all of the things that make it hard to be a teenager, make it hard to be a young person in the world, LGBTQ youth have all of these extra developmental tasks that they have to navigate as they grow up, right? So figuring out their sexual orientation and gender identity, getting comfortable with it, figuring out who and how and when to come out to people in their lives, dealing with homophobia and transphobia, figuring out who their safe and supportive peers or family members might be, navigating navigating intersecting identities and marginalization. So, okay, I'm disabled. Now I've also figured out that I'm trans. How did those things interact with each other? Okay, I'm Black, I'm also a lesbian. What does that mean in my culture, in my community, right? So that just adds another layer of things to figure out in a time that is full of things to figure out for youth, right? And then also managing dysphoria, and concerns like that. So I'm gonna gloss over this slide because I think people that know a lot more about this than I do are gonna talk to you all a little bit later this afternoon, but we know another thing that we know from the Trevor Project is that even if students or even if youth are in a school or community or have a family that is supportive and affirming, the fact that or are lucky enough to live in a state, which there's not that many, that haven't proposed anti-LGBTQ legislation, the fact that the national landscape and international sort of trends are discriminatory towards the LGBTQ community negatively affects those youth's mental health and their perception of what the possibilities are for their future. And it's also very convenient for anti-LGBTQ legislators that they are advocating for LGBTQ youth who don't yet have the ability to vote to protect their own rights. And again, just like with the mental health disparities, all of this anti-LGBTQ legislation disproportionately affects BIPOC, trans, and gender nonconforming people who already face additional barriers to accessing care and resources. So I don't want to leave you all with only gloom and doom and scary stuff, even though that is important to talk about. It's really important to know that, and sorry that the closed captions are blocking the. Sweet. I just fancy touchscreen. I'm not used to it. I work for a nonprofit. We don't got money like this. But so it's important to know that even though those sort of, you know, disheartening statistics are a reality, as supportive adults, we are all in a position to really make a difference. The survey showed that LGBTQ youth who felt like they had a highly supportive family were less than half as likely to attempt suicide. Same thing with affirming schools and affirming communities, right? So if we as affirming adults are vocal and show up and show out for those LGBTQ youth, it makes a tangible difference in their lives, in their mental health. And something as simple or seemingly simple as respecting a queer person's pronouns. We've seen data that says that trans and non-binary youth who have their pronouns respected by all or most of the people in their lives also are half as likely to attempt suicide as people whose pronouns were not respected. So it's a small change that you can make to be more intentional about not misgendering someone by using the wrong pronouns that makes a huge difference. So I'm just going to read you all a couple of quotes from a couple of PFLAG parents and some youth just about their joys and challenges of being a family with a queer person. So having an LGBTQ loved one has drawn us closer together, some of it out of protectiveness, but also learning how to be more authentic around each other. We have felt amazing support from our community, family, and like all parents, are happy to see our child happy. My son has taught me to be more open, caring, and understanding. And then a couple quotes from queer youth. I'd say my favorite part of my trans identity is that it's mine. It's a part of me and I wear it openly and proudly. It's made me it's made me stronger and kinder and has given me so many opportunities. And this next one I like because it's simple. The best part of being a girl is I don't have to pretend I'm a boy anymore. And I'm able to be myself and access a deeper level of joy than I even thought was possible for me prior to coming out. So I always like to end this section on this slide because I think a lot of what we see in the media, whether it's the news or entertainment, stories about queer people are centered around tragedy, whether it's, you know, the plethora of movies about the HIV/AIDS epidemic or news stories about family rejection and things like that, the stories that other people tell about us are rooted in how hard it is to be queer and how sad it is that all of these things happen to us. And while that is a part of the reality of being LGBTQ in a world that's not built for us, that's not how I or the people in my queer community would define what makes up queerness, right? It's about community and about finding your authentic self and found family and living authentically and making your own path, right? There's so much joy that exists in spite of all the struggle. And especially right now at a time when there are so many loud voices trying to push queer people back into the margins of society and silence us, living out loud and joyfully as our queer selves is a form of resistance against that type of oppression, right? So what can you do? How do you, so we know why being an ally is important, but how do you actually do allyship in your daily lives? So, hey, look, Jen, you're famous. So the first thing is,
That's not me.
oh, it's not?
No,
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
that's okay. She's right in front of you.
As I say, you might be. Anyway, so the first thing when it comes to being an ally is to examine your own biases, right? To look at when you see a person or when you first meet somebody, what assumptions are you making about them that might not be correct? And even if they are correct, don't serve making a connection with that person, right? Like I mentioned before, importance of respecting pronouns. Another thing is let kids and youth lead, right? So a lot of parents come to PFLAG with a lot of anxiety about how to tell people in their lives about their kids' identity. And I think that anxiety is perfectly understandable. It's something that queer people also are navigating, right? Like allies and parents of queer youth have to come out in their own ways. It's not exactly the same. And I like to use for allies, it's the idea of you're inviting people in to a more authentic version of your story, right? But that can cause a lot of anxiety. You don't know how people are going to react. And I would say start with a conversation with that queer person in your life. Like maybe they've just come out to you because they know you're a safe person, but they're not ready yet to tell grandma or to be out at school or, you know, whatever. There's all these different places that you may or may not share that information. So just centering open and honest communication with that queer person in your life about what they're feeling and what they want to do in terms of how you share that information that is affects you, but is ultimately their story to share or not, or for you to share on their behalf if you have their consent. When it comes to having those conversations, there's a couple of tools that I think can be helpful. So first, just always thinking about listening openly and actively. I am definitely a person whose mouth moves faster than my brain a lot of the time. And so a tool that I like to use is prefacing things with permission to speak in rough draft, or this is going to come out messy, so that then the person listening has a moment to be able to give you a little extra grace and know that you might not have the right words, but you do have good intentions in what you're sharing. Another one related to that is oops versus ouch. So if you don't give that sort of trigger warning advance notice about something, and then you realize as soon as it comes out your mouth, like, oh, that was not what I meant. That was not, those words were not good. And you know that you potentially hurt someone's feelings, say, oops, let me take two, let me try that again, right? To give yourself a chance to try and get from that sort of lizard brain. You all right, buddy?
Sorry,
Sort
I
of
thought I
that
was
like
muted. I'm sorry.
all good, it's allergy season. To sort of move from that like lizard brain where you're just reacting to things into that like prefrontal cortex where you're using your like human brain power to form sentences. And then the other side of that is ouch, right? So maybe you say something and you don't realize that what you said was out of pocket, but setting that as sort of an expectation in the conversation that if someone says something that is hurtful or offensive, someone can respond with, ouch, hey, that's not okay. It's not okay that you would express that in that way, or like that term is outdated and offensive, or whatever the thing is, but just to say like, that's not okay. And then creates a space for accountability and to increase understanding of like what each person is trying to say and how it's making the other person feel. And then the last thing is just finding out about resources that are available to you. So whether that's local resources like PFLAG or Timeout Youth, or using your Google powers to do research on furthering your education so you can stay up to date on things that affect LGBTQ people. So something else to remember is that being an ally includes self-care, right? It's not just, I think, especially for those of us that are parents, you can pour so much energy into supporting your kids and being there in all the ways that they need you, that taking care of yourself takes a back seat. But having the energy to show up for them when they really need you also requires taking care of yourself. And that can look a lot of different ways. It can be therapy, it can be date nights where you leave the kids at home. It can be intentionally finding your own community, making space for yourself, and also remembering that this is one fabulous patch in the quilt of your whole life, right? That yes, it's important for us to advocate for the children and youth in our lives, but not to let it become all consuming to where all other aspects of yourself get lost. So this is a graphic that sort of helps us understand the journey of that parents and youth go through when a kid comes out. And as you'll see, it takes a while, and there's a lot of points along this journey where parents and their kids are not going to be in the same emotional place around their coming out journey, right? You might, so you sort of start out as a parent, maybe noticing that your kid seems different, they seem unhappy, and that causes you to sort of have this decline. And then your child might be having these like doubts about their identity, fear of negative reactions. And then even regardless of how the coming out conversation goes, that young person is going to have a huge amount of relief of like, at least it's done, right? Like that they've told somebody, and hopefully that person has a positive reaction. And so then they feel even better and more empowered in their identity. But then for that parent, it might be a shock, it might not. But there's concerns that you might have about that kid's safety, about future opportunities, how they might be able to find support. And also it's super natural to be grieving. As parents, we have a vision for what we think our kids' life is going to be like, right? And them coming out, whether it's as gay, as trans, as non-binary, is going to alter that vision and grieving the fact that your kid's life is going to be different than you thought doesn't mean that you're sad that they're trans, right? So that's like an important thing to remember, is that grief is a natural part of any change. Yes, ma'am.
And so, and it's like, inside, and then the next layer outside, the next layer, like, so maybe it's the person closest to you, that inner circle, and then all the way out to your community, and just remembering as parents and family members, outward, inward toward your child. Don't express that grief towards your child or family member.
Absolutely.
Always go outward to a circle outside of yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's super helpful. Yeah, because I think yeah, that's where that building your own community, finding that support, engaging in that self-care is so important, because while we want to have open and honest communication with our kids, that doesn't mean dumping our emotional baggage on them and making a queer person process your trauma. So try not to do that, right? But then, you know, as you see, as time goes on, everybody starts to understand each other better, and then you sort of get into this like positive upward trending part of this lovely little line graph. So I feel like a lot of times spirals get a bad rap. We talk a lot about downward spirals, but this is a really cool graphic that shows the spiraling up of happiness that can happen in a family that has an LGBTQ person come out to them, right? So when a family member supports their loved one, that person is allowed to be more authentic, and then they become happier. The family is happy to see that person happy, and then they feel good about supporting that person. And then like that, whatever the opposite is of a vicious cycle, that cycle continues, right? So again, to just say that while being LGBTQ or having an LGBTQ loved one, being an active ally to the queer community is gonna present its challenges and struggles, the underlying experience and overall journey has this arc towards happiness and connection and positive relationships. So a couple of resources, some of which are in this room. So on the left side, this is a bunch of local resources. So Time Out Youth serves LGBTQ youth from ages 13 to either 18 or 24, depending on the grant structure of the funding for the program. And then GEN is Gender Education Network, and they facilitate play groups for gender diverse kids who are 12 and under, so not yet old enough to attend Time Out Youth programming. They also facilitate Drag Story Hour in the area. Charlotte Trans Health and Transcend Charlotte are both nonprofits that focus on health outcomes for queer and trans people. And then we have Charlotte Black Pride and Charlotte Pride. The Carolinas LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce. One of the best ways to support queer people is to give them your money. So the chamber has a really good directory of queer owned and affirming businesses are you on there?
I just wanted to the LGBT Chamber of Commerce, so here in the Charlotte, the first week of
oh yeah, they have a mixer
May,
coming up.
we're going to be having a career fair and expo in Charlotte. So they're having a bunch of local businesses and stuff, table and display. So that's coming up, and it's free. It's either on the 6th or the 7th.
Sweet. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say Eugene County Pride is usually on my list up here and other presentations I do, but I figured, you know, try to save space. I tell other people about y'all, just figured in this room, maybe not necessary. And then on the other side are some digital resources. So PFLAG National has a ton of resources that are available, and it's everything from allyship guides specifically for grandparents, support for military families, which includes like, how do you navigate gender affirming care under military health benefits, or how do you choose whether or not to come out as the parent of a trans kid to your commanding officer. And then PFLAG National also has, they do their own support groups for certain affinity groups. So there's one for Black families, one for the Latina community, one for military families, and one for Asian and Pacific Islander folks. And then all of their digital resources are available in English and Spanish. The Trevor Project, almost all the data that I shared with you all today is from the Trevor Project. They're a great source of data on youth mental health. GLSEN is also a great place to look for education. If you're looking for information about LGBTQ representation in media, GLAD is a great place. And then if you are politically inclined, Human Rights Campaign and Transgender Law Center are great places to stay up to date on the legal landscape for LGBTQ folks. So, oh yeah, and here's some stuff that we have coming up. So all the support groups that I mentioned earlier meet monthly or every other month for our Union County and North Mex satellite groups. Our big annual fundraiser is happening on April 24th. It's going to be a very fun party at the Mint Museum uptown. So if you like fancy appetizers and free drinks, you should come hang out with us. The day after Pride and Purpose, our keynote speaker from that event is Ben Green, who is a trans activist and storyteller, is going to do a workshop for us on storytelling for social impact, along with NAMI Charlotte, which is National Association for Mental Illness, their local chapter. So if you want to learn more about how to tell your story in a way that can affect change, that'll be a cool offering. It is free. Pride and Purpose is not. And then, yeah, just stay plugged in. Consider volunteering with PFLAG Charlotte or other LGBTQ serving orgs in the area. So like County Pride. So that's all I got. Does anybody have any questions? I know I'm a little bit over time, but anyone has a, oh,
I have a question.
okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
So you had mentioned about the intersecting of two different, like transgender and something, a disability, blah, blah. So the, and about healthcare and whatnot. So I have read, my son has sort of like self-diagnosed himself with autism, right? Which in all honesty, there's definitely traits there. We've seen it. We just weren't really going in that direction. But he's got a lot of those things. But it's my understanding that he's currently on medication. He's on blockers, that their legislation is trying to figure a way that, because autism is a mental disability, that they're trying to figure out ways to prevent the hormone blockers if you have a mental disability. And the law is so crazy. And maybe Katie's probably a better option to ask this, but I'm putting it out in the universe right now. But I'm trying not to get him officially diagnosed because I don't want it to interfere with his ability to stay on his hormone
blockers. Right.
Right. But that's the beauty of Transcend Health, because they are not a government entity. Right. They're private, so you can get you. They are fantastic for any family looking for that kind of help.
Yeah. So Katie said, don't get him officially diagnosed at least until 2025. And I'll let her share more about that when she's up here. But yeah, I think another thing with neurodivergence is that it's important to remember is that all of those guidelines around what it means to be neurotypical are based on upper middle class, cisgender, heterosexual white men. And so most of the world is not that. And so it's just important to remember when we think about like what is a typical brain function like. You know, different people have different resources and different experiences. So yeah, so I'll let Katie talk about that a little bit more. Okay, perfect. Love that. Yeah. You had a question too?
Yeah, I'm gonna make myself vulnerable.
We love that.
Twice today I've heard the term BIPOC. I don't know what that.
Okay, so that's an acronym that stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. So it's a way of saying non-white people that doesn't center whiteness. No problem. I have gotten that question a lot of times, so don't feel any type of way about it. This is a safe space to ask those type of questions. Anybody? Yes.
I have something, since this is a safe space.
Yeah.
I really have to push back a little bit on how much you went off about the they, because as a person who I will automatically, like you said, they left their keys. But I also have this thing in my head. I try to get the best grades I can, and I have this knee-jerk reaction of using they grammatically because of all the times I've gotten incorrectly. And this is, I'm older. So I have gotten past, I feel, I don't make that excuse anymore when I do that, but I do have those reactions still that I'm working on myself. So I'm asking you to I won't use it as an excuse of why not to use they. I'll tell people that's why I have a problem with using it. So I ask you to be a little bit more understanding.
Yeah, no, I think that's heard. I think, you know, it's a hard habit to break if we're used to using certain pronouns, or, you know, we've like been socialized in certain ways to use those. I think, you know, if you're referring to a non-binary, another way that you can potentially address that in a way that might feel a little bit more natural is defaulting to always using that person's name, right? So like if you feel weird about saying they are when you're talking about a singular person, you can say, oh, well, Crystal is, right? Because then you're not.
And I take that, I have, that's the approach that I started with as I was transitioning into feeling comfortable using they. I just want to ask you to on some of it is difficult for me, or had been difficult for me, and sometimes still is, because I've got graded wrong. It's not just a socialization thing. It's a oh my God, this is wrong.
No, I do understand that. I really do. I also want to just and we don't need to keep going on this, but I think something that's important to remember is that that I didn't mention when we talked about pronouns is that
it's not about us, it's about them.
Is that you know, like I don't want to discount the feelings that you have around the correction you received in the past, but when it comes to respecting people's pronouns, the distress that person might feel when you misgender them, if your goal is to be an ally, that distress is a priority over your discomfort. And that's the same reason why we say, if you misgender somebody, try your best to resist the urge to say, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, because then rather than the focus being on respecting their pronouns, now they have to focus on making you feel better about the fact that you've misgendered someone. So
I think they're misunderstanding the error that I'm coming. I understand that
Pamela,
it's
I will talk to you and after this, we're getting to the.
yeah, I want to make sure we give folks a break before
Yeah,
the
we need to
next
get
session.
tea and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, cool.
And
I have one more question, Ella. When people use Ella, I don't know how what is Ella?
Oh, that's probably for Spanish, ella. Yeah, so that would be, that's the she pronoun in Spanish is ella.
Yeah,
So the double L is pronounced as a Y.
that makes total sense. Cause I was like, how do I use this? I want to be a good ally.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Yeah, so ella is she in Spanish.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody.
We're gonna change some things.
Thank you.
Get back. All leaving in about 8 minutes. And if you want any stuff about they, them, and grammar, Brian Gardner is the dude that makes the Black Laws Dictionary. He actually came from my hometown area, so I've met him, and he's, but he is like super Scalia's butt kisser. And that if he could write something saying that they, them, those, da, 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 he's got all the, I mean, he was a grammar nerd and a word nerd. And so any of those people that just can't figure it out, read his stuff, because he'll do the whole history of it. And grammar is just, nothing is right. I mean,
English is the worst.
yeah, it's like, starting for commas, or do you put a U? I don't know. They just make stuff up. So
My old
And
teacher.
if you want, if you work at a place that could use some education around allyship, I have cards. If you want me to come talk to your workplace, I'm happy to do that.
I recently have been, I've been having conversations with people, my demographic, young Black men, my fraternity brothers, and I'm trying to show them that to get this whole point of this conversation, these are basically prisons of our own mind. Right? Like none of this stuff is real until we make it real, until we first talk to it. And I was explaining to them, they're like, I can't call nobody no this or that or whatever the pronoun is. I said, well, if you're in this guy's name, you're gonna Willie, you call Willie. I said, well, I'll have to ask you why we call you Willie, right? Like you said, hey, call me Willie. Out of respect, I'm going to call you Willie. I'm not gonna say, hey, you were born William. I need a full explanation of why you need to call you Willie.
Yeah.
Right? And he said, oh, I didn't thought that way.
just like that.
Sometimes it's your point earlier, meeting them where they are.
Is it just a screen clip? Like you just click.
Hey, Reagan.
Yeah.
Is that Payron in
I'm
there?
just-
I'm
just sticking it up there and stuff.
Whose line is it anyway? It's like, when it comes to gender, like, the rules are made up and the points don't
Hey,
matter. Like,
Crystal.
we as humans, we
Yes.
created all these.
Is that
rules.
Payron that I just heard?
Yes.
Which ones like
Oh,
resonate with us?
You're
and which
sneaking all
ones-
the people in the room right now.
This is what hurts people.
Yeah,
Right? That's
exactly.
what matters. Like, if you let that go. Hurt.
I know the people, man.
Value.
Like,
Yeah, you do.
Respectful of people,
You're
then
connecting the
we
dots,
kind of
girl.
think about this other thing.
They, sorry. So, what I just said. Do we just not have a conversation about this, Crystal? Do we just not talk about this? I apologize. I'm an idiot. I'm not even listening.
That's
Ignore
why I
me.
put the
Mute
shit
me.
stuff on there, because I don't want people to be upset with themselves.
I
in
know,
my
look at
journey.
me. All right, now I'm gonna mute myself. I was just curious.
Name or whatever, you know, something like that. Then it came out. and
Susan.
then When we went to talk to them, I was like, Mom, like, they already said.
I didn't
"Oh,
bring
we're
the
gonna have to
quickie. I mean,
adjust
you should
policy
think that
by
it was in that.
Yeah.
the first
But you just do
thing,
this, and then you can move it.
Oh, I see.
just
Yeah.
leave them there.
Okay, there's the yours. Okay.
And then you're like, oh, I put something else there. You can
Yeah.
just move that thing around to.
Do the- Yes. got it.
I gotta remember when I'm muted and when I'm not muted, and when I'm on video and not on video.
Like, if someone- if
I believe I
someone-
just picked my nose on video. So there you go, y'all.
Mhm. Yeah,
Living my life.
right. Or like, if you go to medical
We-
school,
we
doctor,
didn't-
doctor, whatever,
I didn't
like,
see it.
You didn't see it? I was like,
Going through
I
medical school, like, I earned my correct pronouns and my new name.
I'm
by,
gonna
like,
between my
college.
allergies and my nose medicine.
I think too,
I'm all kinds of dry.
a lot of the stuff is how we react to a lot of.
Plant life needs to quit having sex. Okay.
What?
Yeah, Virginia, I'm sorry. They're having a conversation in the actual room right now.
So being like, what's the most human response to this?
100%, 100%.
didn't mean that to get where it ended up. What I was just saying is like, look, some of us do have issues and we're trying, and I don't
Yes.
even go there
I'm
with
just
the
saying that we
explaining
had
the
some
day.
time that we had to change, get to the next level, then I can help
Yeah.
you.
We
Oh
know you
God,
didn't mean
Crystal,
anything of.
you know that I try to be, you know that I so yeah.
I mean, there's the archivist in the basement or the attic.
But I really didn't mean for it to go where it went. So I apologize.
You're in the,
Yes.
you're
Yeah, I know.
far shorter than I am, and it's not very normal. Stand, okay, is that where it's at?
Yeah.
Is that where you can
Yeah,
move as
yeah.
where you would do it? Okay.
Finally, somebody other than Crystal and Megan that I know. I would love to know the rest of you. I look forward to one day.
A lot of us are connected in our allyship here in Union County, for sure. We're all in the same circles advocating for others everywhere. So when you come down or when we get together, we'll make sure we say hello. Hi,
I
Virginia.
live in this box. This is in the box.
Jen.
Yes.
Wow, that's not where I wanted to be sitting there when I was talking to you. Sorry. When someone's talking, make sure that you're on mute unless you want to talk. You know.
Oh, no, that's I know.
I
I
love
thought I
listening
was.
to you. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize I wasn't when I was coughing. I was just telling them I thought I was on mute and no video. Instead, I picked my nose and told you all about it. So, you know, it happens. But yeah, I'll be on
I have
mute
a
now.
slide for all of that. Don't worry.
Exactly. We're all friends here now.
I have a slide for all of that.
I'm actually, as Jen is exposing who she is, I'm actually wondering if we're related. So
Bam, that's never mind.
Yeah. It is funny.
Everybody all get seated. We can get to the next one. Oh, an extra. Sit down.
The lawyers are talking.
Okay, so there's been a request in the chat
Yeah.
about how many
what?
people are there in person since we can't see them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
I can count. Well, tell me that.
And they were just like, really? No. Like, you know how you have good ideas. I'm like, you know how none of them, and you're still, it's gonna be like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just step out of here.
They're having their own little discussion.
I know. It sounds really interesting.
Is everything working? Yes, awesome. We actually have 15. There was one that was out of here, so. Well, thank you all so much for coming back after the little break. And this morning, when Jane was talking, and then throughout the experience with Molly, and then going into educational, the first time I ever knew, like I knew that
religiously people were, bad with LGBT people, but it was usually just their religion of doing stuff. And then I ran away to, and I literally actually like ran away to military school. When you just tell everybody that you're going to military school and you apply yourself, and then you can't have your parents say, I didn't let her go. When everyone's like, why does she want to go to military school? And I was like, well, I had more fun there. And so I ran away to military school at 14 years old. And I was really the only one there that was not sent there by either the government or by their parents. And I had more fun, had less rules. It was really weird. But I went to high school before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And the military schools are attached to the military because they're trying to recruit all those people to the military. So we had the same rules. And my bio mom is she went to college in the 70s. So she had her feminist mindset. And then every once in a while, her religious mind would come in and go, oh my God, Second Corinthians. And but we had a girl that was, she did 60, I don't know why I can remember this. She did $60,000 worth of damage to her house. But my parents' house at that time wasn't even 60,000. Like I would have like raised the whole darn thing. But she had a party they let her stay home for like 2 weeks and by herself at 16, and they came back like mad science happened or something, I don't know. And they shipped her off to military school. And so she was not wanting to be there and had some major adjustment issues, things like that. And one of those things that I didn't realize until she got in trouble was that the military had the pre-Don't Ask, Don't Tell is that, oh, we found out that you're, queer. We're going to kick you out, which in military school, they really can't kick you out for that. What you do is get 60 hours of chores because she was found to be in the same bed with another girl. And at that time I was identified as bi, and I was like, well, at least I'm bi, so I will just only like the guys. And because I didn't have like a reaction of love or any of that kind of stuff to people. And probably got the sick part. And I mean, I did like a SWOT analysis of the guy that I married. And he knows that. Oh, I've had feelings and fears, and I need to explain myself to myself. And 30 years next month, so no still working. And so I tell that because when Jane was talking about the lavender stuff and all the different people, I realized that probably the military wasn't for me. Okay, that's all. And that I felt that I couldn't be myself at military school. I thought I could. And so, but that was like in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And then all the kids now have all of this stuff. And like Ellen came out, I remember that show. We have all these RuPaul on all these different things that they get to see. Yeah. And then they go to their school district, especially in Union, and they can't even put a flyer out. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why we have 45% of the queer youth thinking about committing suicide, is because they have the national stuff saying it's okay, and then their local stuff going, you're going to sin or whatever that kind of stuff is. Because I just thought that my parents knew, because my mom always said, when you come back with your significant other,
And so I assumed that she just assumed I wasn't ever going to get married. Because at that time I wasn't able to get married. And then my stepdad brought home from the video store before a picture show right after I moved back from military school. And he's like, "You'll like this." I just assumed that was the Aggie quiet dude that was my stepdad saying, "Hey, you're accepted." I didn't realize until 2018 that I was in. And I called him up and never asked him questions, but I had this need to ask my dad a question, and that came with that information. He's like, "I didn't know that." So, lucky for him, he said that he didn't like it. Which person thought that was anything for other straight kids that were like 15? I mean, and my mom was sitting there like going, "I don't know this guy. Why is he like this? Like this show?" I thought he likes that. So I never went out to my parents until now. So, well, let me tell you what Susan's going to do. Susan Book is a public school advocate and is a co-administrator for Save Our Schools, North Carolina. She is the co-host of the podcast Advocacy Bites. She currently works with the Every Child Coalition. She is also an avid writer, blogger, and speaker on issues like education and disability rights. First and foremost, she's a public school parent to an autistic son and fights for him and others like him to get a sound basic education. And she will be speaking on how to be an everyday advocate and how you can get involved.
Hello, my name is Susan. For those of you who are sight impaired or Zoom impaired, I am short. I have brown hair. I wear glasses. Today I'm wearing my favorite dark purple dress with a small autism pin. I am actually autistic. You are the first group last year that I actually said I'm autistic to. I was self-diagnosed at the time. Self-diagnosis is completely fine. And if you have, trepidation about a formal diagnosis, that's fine. You don't have to. There are lots of reasons why you may not want to, including how Duke Hospital may treat you. I actually got my formal diagnosis this summer. So how to be an everyday advocate and how you can get involved. Most of us, the vast majority of us, don't do this for a living, right? We have day jobs. We have kids to take care of. We do other things. So it's really important to center volunteerism, if you will, as something that we might do part-time, but not all the time. But it is important. Most of the time I stand in front of audiences and scare the crap out of you about how public education is going away. And quite honestly, I'm tired of doing that. So today I wanted to give you reasons, good reasons, not scary reasons, to be an everyday advocate and empower you all with ways that you can do that in very practical ways. Very practical. That's the autism part. All right. Oops. Oh, good. Isn't it easy? You just pick a group, get involved. Okay, this isn't even all the education groups in the state, let alone all the local ones. We are jam-packed with all these groups. It is intimidating. I have been part of some of them as in some ways spoken at, but this is even our coalition, Every Child, this isn't even all the coalition partners. So it can be intimidating when somebody said, okay, go out, use your voice. Okay, what the heck does that mean? Because I don't know all the time. So it's intimidating, and there's a lot out there to join and be part of. Oh, there's my, all right. Oops, we're gonna move that around. Okay, so how does a person like me get involved? That's the other barrier, right? I'm autistic. I'm not gonna fit into every nonprofit out there. They're not going to fit in with me. I call this the alternative name for this presentation. I'm over here behind the potted plant. I've named her Fern. We're friends. We don't really have a lot in common, but she's quiet, so it's nice. Yeah, it's really hard to put yourself out there. It's not easy. And a lot of times they just assume you can do it, right? You can go to Advocacy Day. We're having an Advocacy Day, just show up. Okay, so what does advocacy mean? I think we kind of all get the idea, but it means you speak up on behalf of others or yourself. It can be local, it can be statewide, it can be national. I put all the pictures of me doing all the things. It can be politically getting a candidate elected. It can be speaking up on issues, maybe at a public comment. It can be getting a bill passed. That can be behind the scenes or in front of the scenes. It can be service-based. It can be, there's a really cute picture of my son over here. Our trunk is filled with food for a day where there wasn't going to be school and they needed everybody needed to be fed that day. So we did backpack buddies and made sure everybody had food that day with a wonderful, wonderful donor. It's nice to reach people in advocacy. Most of us don't. So my number one rule is to show up exactly as you are. What I'm wearing today is actually extremely intentional. This is my favorite dress. It is very comfortable. I feel a little empowered because it's a little dressier. I don't like uncomfortable shoes. So people on Zoom, I am wearing very comfortable like boat Skechers shoes today because that makes me feel comfortable. Because as a person who's autistic, I have sensory needs and I am going to meet my sensory needs before I go outside my house. And I think that's really important. If you're loud and you interrupt, be loud in interruption. Hi, Pam. If you are quiet and don't like to speak up, that's fine too. Your presence is valid and important, and it's going to make you a better advocate when you show up as yourself. It's going to make you feel like you can keep doing it. We have so many people who start out this work and don't keep going because they're masking themselves. And I use that term in an autistic sense, but really we all do some sort of masking sometimes, right? Even if you're just an introvert and you're trying to be an extrovert that day, we mask. But when we show up as ourselves and accommodate ourselves, we become more comfortable in all of our spaces. And so that's my number one goal. Be you. Okay, knowledge is key. And we've all talked about this, but find out all you can on the subject. This is totally autistic idea, I know, but find out all you can on a subject, all you can on a nonprofit that you might be interested. You can go from, to things that are offered in person or hybrid trainings. You're all here, yay. To books at the library. People like me, I can be a resource too. I love podcasts. And now my shameless plug, I have a podcast called Advocacy Bites. If you want the gloom and doom as education is all falling apart, I have a podcast for that. If you want to know all my thoughts on Michelle Mora, I have a podcast for that. Because I have lots of thoughts. But my point is, there are so many resources out there. And a lot of times we don't equip ourselves and we just go jumping out into the wild without getting that step before we go out. And it's something you can do at home. Some of it's very interesting. Some of it you can do while driving in your car. Join others when you can. No need to reinvent the wheel. There are so many groups out there, as I just showed you. And you don't have to join just one for life. No one says that. You can, subscribe to several newsletters and say, I like that activity, that seems to suit me, go for that. And if you go to that group and they're like, well, that was not an inclusive group, don't show up again. That's absolutely fine too. There are so many groups, but so many activities going on around us. And some of them don't require you to go out of your front door. So just be aware of what other groups are doing.
Excuse me, there's a question in chat.
Yes.
Someone asked, can you name the podcast again?
Oh, sure. It's called Advocacy Bites. It's where all podcasts are for. Yeah, that's a totally 90s thing. All right. Try it, you might like it. It's okay to give something a whirl at least once, and you can decide it's never gonna be me again. That's me in phone banking. I am not a phone banker. I can't do it. I have complete and total like anxiety attack doing a phone bank. I did one and I'm never doing that again. And that's okay. But it's okay to try something. And you don't have to like go full force, I'm gonna do the phone. You can listen in to some of the stuff, right? You can go to the polls if you're interested in things like poll grading. Watch the poll graders. You don't actually have to do that right away, right? You can just be an observer to some of these things to try it out. And if you're brave, you can just kind of go forth. Step away from groups or activities that just aren't right for you. I kind of talked about this, but there's a lot of pressure out there, especially if you get involved in politics, that, you know, you're not destroying democracy by knowing your strengths as well as your weaknesses. You really aren't. It is not fully on your shoulders. And you do have strengths and you do have weaknesses. And I would love to say that, you know, I'm going to help you find that. I am not that person. You're going to have to find out who you are. When I started this work, I had no idea I was autistic. I did know I did not like crowds. I didn't know I did not like loud music. But I didn't know a lot about myself. And so some of this journey as an advocate actually really helped me along the journey to find out who I was as a person, as an identity. Okay, so what does this look like in reality? Because those are all nice vague ideas. And I don't like vague ideas. Okay, so one way you can get involved, and I call this postcards the gateway drug of advocacy, because first of all, that's how I started. I got invited to a postcard party. And it was really, really low key. It was just a bunch of people in a room writing postcards to legislators. And we made our own postcards. We didn't have any money. So somebody printed out a little graphic. We all cut it out and pasted it on an index card where we put a stamp on the back. And you can also, you don't have to do it as a party. I have, at one point, provided little baggies, and I handed them out during carpool one day. So all these angry people who can't get a bus ride because we don't have enough bus drivers, I decided to harness this power. And I gave them all a small little baggie of postcards to write. And it's important what you put in. This is called my just add water. So I have postcards. I have labels already made. I have a sample of what you might want to say. And I have stamps. And so everything's there for anybody to just fill out and go forth. And you can put them on your front porch if you want. I provided a couple of these are from a program that I've been running for students with disabilities here in North Carolina. There is talk of changing their funding formula and maybe ending the cap that they have on disability children. Right now, if a district has more than 13% of their population identifying as a child with disability, the district picks up the rest of all those kids. It's backward, it's outdated. We're one of the few states who still do it. We also only give a flat fee per student with a disability, where most of it is, most states use a service-based identity. So kids with who need more services, that means more money goes to their district. That makes more sense. And so there is talk that maybe they might take this up this year. So all of this is just postcards to our General Assembly that say, hey, let's do this in a very positive manner. I brought some for you all if you want to participate. They're only about 10 in each baggie. So make it manageable too, because there's some people who like give me 50 postcards, but I mean, not always. And this may not fit you. My son is dysgraphic. He is not going to be filling out postcards at all, ever, which is fine. That's just not the entry point for him. Oops. Hey. Okay, voter outreach. There's all sorts of different ways to do voter outreach. Canvassing, you can do this in a massive group. And the first time I ever went canvassing, I just went along for the ride. I was their driver. So I was the person in charge of that, and I drove them. And slowly over time, my friend would say, "You want to go up to the store?" "Nope, not ready." And I waited until I was ready. And the next time I went up to the door with them, I didn't say a word. And I went up to the door with my friend. And slowly but surely, I got confident enough, or somebody said something dumb enough where I actually had to say something at the door. Because yeah, if somebody says something that, I don't agree with or is misinformation, I'm inclined to speak up. And so slowly but surely, I actually got used to canvassing. But being a driver and only being a driver is legit. And that's a great way to do voter outreach. You can ask for a turf and do it intermittently on your own. I know a group of parents who do at least literature drops during the afternoon with their stroller. They're trying to get their kid to sleep, right? And they cover a whole mass of turf this way, as they're just doing something that they normally would do anyway. So there are lots of ways to get out the vote that maybe, okay. I am apologizing. It's time to pick up my son from school. I should be at carpool right now. I mentioned phone banking. Virtual phone bankings are a great way for people who are comfortable with phone banking to get involved. Pam on this call is our phone banking queen. She even wrote a nice little grassroots a narrative about how that's done and how she enjoys being a virtual phone banker and running virtual phone banks. So it's a great way for people who enjoy that kind of thing. I get nervous if I can't see people's faces when I'm talking to them. I don't know what they're thinking, and I am definitely thinking it's bad. So I do not like phone banking, but a lot of people really, really do. It's also scripted, right? So for those people who may not know what to say, good phone banking is scripted. And so that can also be very, very helpful. Poll greeting can be more challenging, but it's also a very good way to really localize your advocacy. Because if I'm at my poll, I'm at my neighborhood. I am seeing people who are my neighbors. My poll actually happens to be my school. And so I'm running into my kids' teachers all day. And so it can be actually really affirming, but it's not for everyone. And as I said, one of the great things is if you're in an area that has early voting, you can kind of observe, right? What's going on at poll greeting. I will say in our area, it's gotten a little bit intense. And so I don't like the intensity that it has become. So it is not for me right now. It was okay before. And so I've just stepped back from that role, which is fine. You can, again, step back from time to time. And no volunteer agency is really going to tell you that. So I am telling you that it's okay to step back when you need to. I think we forget that so much of this needs to be said out loud. We have to make it intentional as advocates, as people who are in nonprofits. It's our job to say these things out loud to everyone because that matters. I need to know, especially as an autistic person, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. You have to tell me. You have to tell me. All right, directly advocating to elected officials. All right, so I am lucky. I'm in Friendly Wake County, and My elected officials are much easier to talk to than Union County's elected officials. Not gonna lie. We all have coffee. I know, I'm hearing laughs. We really do. We really all have coffee from time to time. We meet at La Farm. It's very nice. It's a nice little French bakery. That is probably not most of your experience.
Not
I
even
will-
close. We need your tricks.
Well, I mean, quite honestly, it's easy when you're aligned on issues. It's just so much easier. This whole process is so much easier. And I can't even go and talk to someone from Union County. You're not from here, go away. Which is what most General Assembly people will tell you if you go outside of your county. They will tell you to go away, that they don't want to talk to you, even though they are deciding on issues that will affect the entire state. I think they're lousy at their job for doing that, but that's the reality. Our local officials are easier to get in touch with. I have, yes, run into my local state senator at Starbucks. So she and I are not so great, but I have run into her. So you can run it. It's easier for those local people than it is for, say, running into your congressman. You can do retreats. Yes. Did you
Real quick?
Yeah.
I ran into Dan Bishop at Stacks and my husband would not allow me to talk to him.
Oh,
he told me not to make a scene, which I think is a little ridiculous, but
I agree. Make a scene.
I was ready to make a scene, but there you go. So Dan Bishop hangs out at Stacks.
Good to know. My friend once chased down Tim Moore. He was not gonna talk to her, but she was gonna talk to him. That man almost ran. It was really, I really wish I had videotaped it. But you can set up a formal meeting at the General Assembly and come to, my neck of the woods. That is also possible. As I said, you can do postcards. I have some contact lists over there for House and Senate. For North Carolina General Assembly, you can send them emails. What I have found for those who we are not aligned on in issues is that they will put you on their newsletter. I am so added to so many newsletters now that I don't necessarily want to be, but I can tell you what Aunt Erin Perret is up to. All right. It is always, before I forget, it is always better when you have a concrete ask. So that's one of the things I like about having the disability, children with disabilities ask. It is a very specific ask. And that always helps because they're gonna want it, what do you want, right? So have that ask or a bill number ready, whether you say, I would like you to vote yes or no on that. So it does help to have an ask. Legislative assistants are very, very important in this world. My son can tell you which ones have the best candy. Because we've gone to that building enough, he can tell you which ones have the peppermints and which ones actually have the chocolates. But they really are the people that make the schedules, that can get you the meeting, that know when they're going to be actually in town or not. So those are the people to talk to first about a meeting, not necessarily the legislator themselves. So I say it's direct, but let's call it indirect. All right, wrapping up, writing op-eds and LTs and online pieces. That's another great way to get involved. LTs are a little easier. Letter to the editors are a little easier, but they're also very, very short. So in most newspapers are written wherever you get your print, they're gonna tell you, all right, make your case in 200 characters, go. It is real quick. And then sometimes they will edit you down from there. It is pretty bad. Op-eds are great, but it's much harder to get those into a publication. Some friendlies are places like Cardinal and Pine. They're more progressively aligned and they just might put you in print if you ask them. So yeah, Billy Ball is their editor. Really good, and I will be happy to meet with somebody afterwards if they want to have some contact information. They've been really, really helpful in education issues. And they also will do some online video interviews too that they will put online. So yeah. Time? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. The one thing I want to say about marches, rallies, or days of action is, again, this idea that we are going to take care of ourselves. And so I've started to provide, and yes, I use an Amazon gift bag, to provide things like headphones, fidgets, right? Here's the big bulky headphones. As someone in a nonprofit, there it goes. As someone in a nonprofit, so that if somebody shows up to a rally and gets overwhelmed, I actually have something there for them. For myself, I do have fancy things, but sometimes I forget. So a lot of times I just have my own earbuds, and that really helps. And I have shown up to rallies that I have planned myself with headphones, earbuds in my ears, because it really helps. Talked about self-care, but have a plan, have a specific plan for after that day, because if you are neurodiverse, if you are introverted, it will wear you out. Just wear you out. So be prepared to have nap time, cuddle time with your pet, all those things. Advocacy at its very basic is storytelling. Remember, this is your story. You control the narrative. You control how deep you want to get. So you do not have to tell your life story if that's going to really, hurt you emotionally. And I had to learn this lesson the hard way, right? The school board did not need to know my life story. They got it anyway. But it drained me. It really can drain you. So you control your story. You can control how much of it you want to say. You also remember that we have shared stories as if we're parents. So my son has his own journey and his own story, and it is not me who should impede on that or tell on that. All of those pictures you saw, my son has seen this presentation and given his blessing. But I do that for everything that I do when I'm going to talk about him in any case, because he has a right to his story, and it's his story to tell. Some of it's my story. We share that story, and I have to make sure that I am not telling something that he wouldn't want out there in the world, because he is a human person too. I know we don't always think of our children as human people, especially when they turn 14. So this is me, this is Barney. This is all my info if you want to, find out more. And that's really all. See, none of you are scared about education yet. Yay! But hopefully empowered to do something. Do I have any questions? Yeah.
I've got loads of questions. I know you said, you're behind the scenes and my nose, but I know you. I remember you from last year, and I'm a big fan. And is it Sarah Montgomery?
Yes.
You guys gave such great presentations last year, and that's really helpful. And I think I speak for Jen as well on the issue that helped educate us a lot about what was going on. And we've used a lot of the statistics that you guys have in Union.
Yeah.
And we're really just trying to get the word out, just trying to get a public education campaign going on so people to understand what's going on. Because for a lot of us, it was very new, just even understanding what's going on with vouchers or Leandra. We had never even heard of Leandra, and so for us, a lot of the anti-LGBTQ stuff that was going on opened up our world to what else was going on. And, kind of had or at least for me anyway, an awakening of advocacy to try to figure out, oh my gosh, public schools, what's happening to them. So I just want to thank you for that and thank you for coming down here. I know that's quite a drive because we did it, going up to the, well, it's Raleigh now a couple times last year. It's a drive. So thank you for coming. And I'll be in touch with, about more specifics that we're dealing with. It. We really appreciate it.
Oh,
Me as well.
thank you.
Yeah. Reagan and I are like two peas in a pod, so
No
we come
problem.
as a packet.
Yeah. We, oh, you know, I think with our Board of Education, they like to hide behind all of this ignorance. You know, they like to kind of fight for the tiny little bits of funding from the Board of County Commissioners, but then they don't like to talk about what's happening because those are the people that they're getting in office. So at election time, they're endorsing these people who are then funding public education.
They can be your best advocates, and that's what we really need, right? We need people from outside of the triangle of the triad. We need those elected officials to be speaking out. And they might listen to somebody from the Board of Ed versus me, who's probably showing up at their door. And, you know, there are no magic words, really. Renee and I from Save Our School, North Carolina, called our version of advocacy throwing spaghetti against a wall and seeing what sticks. That's the try anything kind of version. But I didn't know it's not, you know, strategic or what anybody wants to hear, but it does work. Quite honestly, if you think this is a bad idea, maybe it's not. Give it a try. I mean, quite honestly, I have done a banned book festival. Which not very many people showed up to. I didn't care. It was fun. We read banned books aloud. Woo! It was fun for us. You know, we were just trying anything. When we were fighting to get PE and art and music teachers in K through 5 solidified with their funding, it kept going. It wasn't any specific words we used. It wasn't any specific legislators that were on our side. We just kept going and doing it over and over and being tenacious and saying, hey, we're still here. And hey, we still want music teachers in our schools. We just didn't give up. Half those lovely people that I showed you at the very beginning, though, they kind of gave up. We didn't. And in a super majority with only a governor who had zero power at the time, which looks about like now, we actually were able to secure funding because we just didn't give up. We didn't know we could lose, and we didn't give up. So there's no really magic messaging, and everybody's looking for it. Love you, communication directors, you all are great. But quite honestly, it was really our tenacity that worked the best. And our willingness to try something that maybe somebody hadn't done before, to step in and step back. Sometimes Renee had to step out, sometimes I did. Because my kid at the time was not getting sound basic education, and his IEP was being rejected, and I had to step back and take care of him at the time. So I wasn't doing this full time, but I was still every once in a while showing up and using my voice, as weird as it is, when I could. And that does work. And you know, you don't have to be a super volunteer. You really can just be you in this space, and it does work.
I'd like to just add something off of what Reagan said. Also, Payron's wife is also running for school board here. We're finding here, particularly in Union County, it's a very red county. We know that. But it's very much our local politicians do what they can do to impress the state legislators.
Sure.
So when you say that they could be our best advocates and our best voices, we go in front of the school board every month and we tell them about funding.
Yeah.
And finally this month something clicked and somebody said something, but we feel like we're always talking to a wall because they're not flexible and they never reach out to us. They never answer us back. So we would love to be more vocal here in Union County and really shine the light, but we don't have any they're like a little clique. They're like their own little clan, and they're not letting anyone in.
Yeah, well, we were told that Phil Berger would never, ever, ever let us have funding for music teachers, ever. And he did. He was at that press conference. So just because you think it's hopeless, it may not be. Keep doing what you're doing. If there's any one message I have, it's keep doing what you're doing and take care of yourself in the process. Quite honestly, if you're not reaching them, you might be reaching a voter. You might be reaching another ally that can take your place next time you have to sit out a school board. And that in itself is a blessing. Because I got tired of school board commenting after a while. I had to, like, you know, I'm now a once a month speaker instead of a twice a month speaker because I couldn't do it every school board meeting. But because a few of us have been speaking out, that led to, you know, 5 of us. And that meant I could take a break once a month and I could not have to speak. So even just creating another ally and building the choir, that's important as well.
Thank you. We'll definitely be in touch.
I'm going to show y'all something before potty time. And I was like a Montessori teacher at one time, and that's just the word I use. And sorry if well, oh, stop screen. Okay, Union County Pride is the organization putting this on. And Susan did a lot with politics, and we are a nonpartisan organization. So that's what she talked about. It was also whichever way you are leaning. That's just my little CYA. But with a nonprofit 501c3, we can help educate people on how to vote, not who to vote for, but how to vote. And that we can also ask all the people that are running on a ballot inside of Union County to answer our questionnaire. So every year since we started, we have a candidate meetup, and this year will be September 21st, that we invite everyone that's on the ballot. I don't care if you were green, a libertarian, the new no label. We have like 9 people that are no labels. I'm like, why would you do? I don't understand that. But those 9 people, just sort of like the 31 whatevers. And so we send it out, and then when they respond to us, we will put in the complete candidate responses, so that people can see that before early voting. And so I will show you, we're going to put down all the November candidates. The reason why they're not up there is that Union County's Republican Party will have a May runoff. I don't know who's running off with who, but because I'm sorry. Okay. But someone had a runoff, so they haven't officially said. And so once we get that, all of those people will be listed here with their contact information so that you are able to know who's that, and that you can go to every one of their websites and stuff like that. And it will talk about early voting. And if you're just like, I don't know anything about it, you know, if you're in Union County, this can help you with voting in the November election. Because if someone doesn't use the Daisy Johnson commercial for this year. They don't know history because and it doesn't mean that they have to do the blowing up of the nuclear bomb behind Daisy. It was a 1968 commercial where Johnson was running against Goldwater, and
Yeah.
Johnson said that November 3rd, 1964, you know, you either vote or we're going to be having nuclear war with Goldwater because Goldwater really loved nuclear bombs. And he said that he didn't mind sending one to the bathroom in Moscow. And so it was between those two people. Johnson won, but where I came from in Amarillo, Texas, they voted for Goldwater in the state of Texas, and Johnson was a Texan. So that's how red I came from. So Union County is like a breath of fresh air with only 63%. But another shameless plug, if you don't have any idea and you live in Union County, or if you know people that are in Union County, I am also a person who is running. So you can do votecrystal.com. So we have, I know Liz just signed up. And so if they still there? I don't see her name, but she might be coming on. And so you have Jen that's running for school board. You have Liz who's running for school board, and she's running the whole county. And then I'm running in District 68, which is this side of Union County, against David Willis. And he doesn't even show up to things that are in his own city. And his city is like a glorified homeowners association like mine. It's like, oh, us and our 10,000 other neighbors. So I'm gonna let y'all go on a potty break for 10 minutes, come back, and we'll get the panel next.
Can we get Crystal's camera to move so we can see who's speaking, please?
Yes, we will.
It's that one person's not stuck back here. I'm glad they said.
Let's see. Sit down and see. Oh, there's the pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And then they can move close. People on the Zoom, can you see are here right now? Can you speak?
Yes.
Yep, they
I
can hear me.
can.
Thank you.
Crystal, not sure there's somebody speaking, but we can't see we're seeing some chairs.
Yeah, they're not sitting down yet.
Okay, and a question was asked about whether slides will be shared.
Yeah, I just sent that to you and I will just tell that to everybody before this next one, as I will say, it's on the website at the IDP 2024 page. Where did that go?
Yeah, it's all like in this. There's only so many. They're like, oh,
Let me go get the speakers.
Wow, there's gonna be some backlash. Maybe not space for you. Wow, that's wild.
I think it's wasteful. I think it should fund everyday people like me, right? And like human pride. That's where the money. Hey, you're going. We have facts over there. Yeah. So there are comments and anybody that doesn't want theory or anything like that. And then there's a you make it sound so critical. Sorry. And then comes out. And then a secrets. They have hard and just so yeah. Albany, I don't. So why don't we do like 5 minutes of y'all right? So I just say I like the way you do your bats to have everything in one.
Can work right there.
Different examples.
We don't even think it would try to go to birthday and have something here.
Because brings out every place of orphan is, it brings out.
Well, I mean, look at home life, right? Like, speak up and realize the power of that one.
Yeah.
We need to ask.
I personally thought they were looking
Just plug in the cord, that's
to underwriting forms.
Also want to.
Yeah, so
Illustration, you can do it on your phone.
I had, majority of my copies. Well, I was like, well, I printed it.
I know.
I was like deciding which.
Because everyone feels comfortable with that. Fun to me.
What? Sorry.
So tell you what.
I don't know what it is. You look at it. No, that is.
There's 3 dips. I didn't mean to make it.
Somewhat good in the sense of.
I'll give you a couple more minutes and then we'll start.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
There's zucchini and squash over there. I had to pick the veggies. I'm like, let's branch out from carrots and broccoli.
Yeah. Carrots and celery.
Yeah.
It's in the definition. Homosexuality. And I got sued and lost, and now they're paying something.
My son is homeschooled and last year he came. This year he decided that he's stay home and he's mature enough and all of that.